Chapter 202. I don't want to threaten the clan. I only hope that my little sister can live a better life. Mo Tianji took a step forward and knelt in front of Mo Xingqian. Father, please take into account that Xiao Wu is the owner of the saber. Please protect Xiao Wu well. As long as the saber was in Mo Qing Wu's hands, the clan's protection for Mo Qing Wu would be far greater than before. Even though she still could not have the original cultivation resources, Mo Qing Wu's situation would be much better. In the heavenly realm, kindness was valued, filial piety was valued, and friendship was valued. These were the mainstream of morality. If one was not an ungrateful person, one would never give away something given by a benefactor. This was a matter of principle. This was also Mo Tianji's greatest confidence in taking this risk. It was also his greatest desire. His greatest desire. Mo Xingqian's eyes showed struggle and contradiction. The whispers in the hall suddenly grew louder. Everyone was whispering to each other. Second brother, you are too naive. Do you really think that little sister has the ability to keep this saber? Mo Tianyin sneered. You put this saber in little sister's hands. Do you love her or do you want to harm her? What do you mean? Mo Tianji said coldly, This is father's decision. Father has not made a decision yet. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't tell me you want to covet your own sister's saber? I am not that despicable. Mo Tianyin sneered and turned to Mo Xingqian. Father, I think that this saber cannot be put in little sister's hands. Little sister is young. She does not have the ability to keep this saber. If this saber is placed in her hands, it will instead bring her a fatal disaster. Mo Tianyin said, When the time comes, not only will little sister be in danger, this saber will also fall into the hands of the enemy and become a great weapon against our Mo clan. It will bring great disaster to our Mo clan. Mo Xingqian was silent. Father, can you bear to see little sister not only be crippled, but also be in danger because of a saber? Mo Tianyin said sincerely and worriedly, Father, please reconsider. Mo Tianyin, you are talking nonsense. As long as the family strengthens the protection of little sister, how could little sister be harmed? Mo Tianji angrily said, Moreover, this saber is a gift from our benefactor. Do you want our Mo clan to become a heartless and ungrateful clan? Ungrateful? Humph. Mo Tianji, if you don't take responsibility for your benefactor's gift, then you are truly ungrateful. Mo Tianyin gave tit for tat and said, Moreover, how do you explain the words ruthless and unintentional? Could it be that you think that our Mo clan is heartless? Mo Tianji sneered and said, Who is the heartless one? Who is the ungrateful one? Everyone knows in their hearts. Mo Tianyin, you are forcing your own little sister like this. She's only a year and a half, but her 3 meridian is already crippled. I'm trying to protect her. Mo Tianyin angrily said, Mo Tianji, you shouldn't think of other people in this way. Everyone in this hall is as loyal to the family as you are to Xiao Wu. But don't forget that little sister's name is on that saber. This is heaven's will. Mo Tianji said coldly, You want to go against heaven's will? Everyone's expression changed. Go against heaven's will. Since ancient times, the word heaven had always been supreme. Who dared to offend it? That's just a coincidence. Mo Tianyin sneered. Just like my name, you can find the words Tianyin in many ancient books. There are even records of this from 10,000 years ago. If that's the case, then am I not following heaven's will? Following heaven's will. Are you worthy? Mo Tianji was furious. The 2 elders were at each other's throats. Their eyes were shining. Even Mo Tianji, who was known for his calmness, had an ominous glint in his eyes. The 2 brothers were going at it in front of the clan master, all the clan elders, in front of everyone in the clan, and in front of the ancestral tablets. It was on the verge of breaking out. Enough. Zhan Xingqian slammed the table and angrily said, "Are the two of you rebelling? Do you still have any sense of shame for your brothers to engage in such a filthy act in front of everyone? Both of you sit down." Mo Tianji and Mo Tianyin looked at each other fiercely. They both snorted and sat back down. "Old ancestor, this saber," Mo Xingqian probed. "This saber is a priceless treasure. How can it be in the hands of a useless little girl?" Mo Wu Xan rolled his eyes and said lightly, "You are the clan master. Don't tell me you don't know how to make a decision for such a thing?" Elder Mo Tianji almost didn't dare to believe his ears. "How can my ancestor say such words?" "No need to say more." Mo Wu Xian snorted and said, "We have no choice. If Mo Qingwu wasn't crippled, there's nothing wrong with her having this saber. But she has no future now. Do you want to keep the best resources? This saber was given to Mo Qingwu by our benefactor. But no matter what, Mo Qingwu is still a member of the Mo clan. In other words, this was given to the Mo clan by our benefactor. So, how is it ungrateful for the Mo clan to keep it?" Mo Wu Xan rolled his eyes and looked at Mo Tianji with a disdainful sneer in his eyes. "Tianji, do you have any objections to what this old man has just said?" "Yes, I have a big objection." Mo Tianji suddenly stood up. He also didn't know why he was so impulsive today. "This saber doesn't belong to the Mo clan. It belongs to my little sister, Mo Qingwu." Impudent! Mo Wu Xan raised his hand and slapped Mo Tianji's face. He said coldly, "Get out!" "Father!" Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Xingqian with grief and indignation. "Get out!" Mo Wu Xan raised his hand and a strong wind suddenly rolled up. Mo Tianji was thrown out with a whoosh. Mo Tianji fell to the ground with a thud. He shouted, "This saber belongs to my little sister. Our Mo clan can't do such a thing. Elder, father, please reconsider. This will make the world laugh at us. Shut him up." Mo Wu Xan said coldly. Mo Tianyin said yes. Then he waved his hand and the two of them walked out. Immediately, Mo Tianji shouted from outside, "You will regret this." Then there was a whimper and there was no movement outside. "Mo Qingwu, the clan will preserve this saber for you. Are you willing?" Mo Wu Xan looked at the young Mo Qingwu indifferently. But that's mine." Mo Qingwu looked at Mo Wu Xan timidly. She bit her lips and tried not to cry out loud. "Impudent! Are you not a member of the Mo clan?" Mo Wu Xan waved his sleeves. "This matter is settled. As compensation, Mo Qingwu can keep a little of her old living conditions." Mo Xingqian sighed and said, "As you wish, elder. That's my saber." Mo Qingwu stood stubbornly. She bit her lips and said in a small but determined voice, "Mine. Brother Chu Yang gave it to me." But no one paid attention to her. It was given by a benefactor. If this benefactor was a supermaster from upper three heavens, the situation would be different. But he was from lower three heavens. Why would the big clans of upper three heavens care about a so-called extraordinary person from lower three heavens? Mo Xingqian sighed and said, "Send Miss back." "Father!" Mo Qingwu suddenly wailed and curled up on the ground. She said in despair, "Give me back my saber." Mo Xingqian's face was ashen. The corners of his eyes were slightly trembling, but he did not speak. Two servants came forward and helped Mo Qingwu up. "Miss, we should go back." "I want my saber." Mo Qingwu's eyes suddenly became empty. She looked at her father and murmured, "My saber! Take her back!" Mo Wu Xan shouted. Then he waved his sleeves and disappeared without a trace. The two servants carefully used their strength to lift Mo Qingwu up and walked out. "My saber! My saber!" Mo Ching Wu's feet left the ground and she was carried out. She struggled fiercely and cried, "Father! Father, even if you don't return my saber, can you give me the scabbard? I just want the scabbard, okay? Okay. Woo, woo, woo." The crying became louder and louder. Mo Xing sighed. With a schwa sound, the saber came out of the scabbard. Then he shook his hand, and the scabbard turned into a dragon and flew out. It fell right into Mo Ching Wu's arms. Mo Ching Wu's eyes lit up. She tightly hugged the scabbard and closed her eyes. Then she pressed her tender little face against the scabbard. Her tears gushed out like a fountain. Her little heart was filled with pain. "Brother Chuyang, I'm sorry. I lost the saber you gave me, Brother Chuyang. I miss you so much. I'm so pitiful." Her little heart suddenly recalled that night when Chuyang held her little face in his hands and said softly, "Xiao, you have to remember this. If one day no one likes you anymore, Brother Chuyang will still like you." "Brother Chuyang." Mo Ching Wu cried sadly. She cried very hard, seeing Mo Ching Wu leave. Mo Tianyan's eyes suddenly became fiery. He looked at the saber in Mo Xingchen's hand. "Father, this saber. It's better if you don't have any ideas about this saber." Mo Xingchen said lightly, "Yes." Mo Tianyan lowered his head. Mo Xingchen looked at his eldest son quietly. After a long time he sighed and said, I'm here." As a person in power, it's not a bad thing to be ruthless. This is a necessary trait for a person in power. But Mo Xingchen was silent for a while and said, "But in this world there are still some things. It's not good to completely abandon them." Mo Tianyin was silent for a long time and said, "Father, I will remember." Chapter 203. Mo Tianyin took a deep breath and did not speak. Mo Xingchen stood for a while and looked at him with a complicated gaze. He said, "In a few days I will send Tianji to Songlan battlefront. As for you, you will continue to train in lower three heavens. Try your best to find the whereabouts of the master of Calamity Sword. You will be separated. Do you understand?" "I understand." Mo Tianyin puffed out his chest. "It's good that you understand." Mo Xingchen took the saber and turned to leave. Mo Tianyin bowed his head respectfully and watched his father leave. He was the only one left in the hall. He slowly raised his head and revealed a feminine smile. He muttered, "Father, what I understand is my position is very dangerous. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Strike later and it's over. Songlan battlefront is far away, but it's still in this world." Mo Tianyin smiled and shook his head. "Blood ties. Haha, in this world, who doesn't have blood ties? Aren't we all children of this world? If that's the case, isn't this world fratricidal every day?" "Fratricidal. You have to treat each other as your own for it to be fratricidal. But in reality, fratricidal will not fratricidal. Since you treat each other as your own, how can you fratricidal?" Mo Tianyin smiled gently. "Only when you don't treat each other as your own can you fratricidal." He revealed a very bright smile and walked out with his hands behind his back. When he was about to leave, he turned around and looked at the chair his father was sitting on. He smiled slightly. All of Mo Ching Wu's privileges were revoked. She only retained the right to stay in the inner courtyard. She could stay by his mother's side in the inner courtyard. This was the only privilege that dreaming of a gentle dance saber got. After Mo Tianji knew about this, he laughed bitterly. His voice was mournful and his smile was tragic. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something. In lower three heavens, the night before he left with Chuyang. "Don't force me to fight with your Mo clan," Chuyang said lightly. "If I know that Xiaowu has been wronged, your Mo clan must give me an explanation." "Brother Mo is too polite. This saber is just a token of my sincerity. Of course, there is a deeper meaning. Not everyone is worthy of my efforts. Chu Yang said bluntly, Brother Mo, you can just think with your heart. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly as he recalled Chu Yang's words. He had a vague premonition that the Mo clan's snatching of Mo Qing, Wu Xing, and Qing Wu Saber, and Mo Qing, Wu's current treatment, would cause a huge commotion. Mo Tianji thought about Chu Yang's serious expression when he said those words. Mo Tianji felt a faint sense of danger slowly approaching the Mo clan. Thinking of Chu Yang's brothers, Gudu Xing, Luo Kudi, GMO Dong Wushang, Mo Tianji heaved a long sigh. He didn't mention Chu Yang's name in the meeting. If he did, it would only make Mo Tianyan laugh at him. That was because these people were all dukes in their respective clans. None of them were valued as heirs. But on that day, Mo Tianji saw the potential of these people. Since Chu Yang had integrated them together, this was an incomparably terrifying force. However, this power needed space. It needed space to grow. If Mo Tianyan knew about this, he would have countless methods to disperse these people and attack them. Therefore, Mo Tianji didn't say anything. He wanted to give these people space, because what Chu Yang and the others wanted to do was what he wanted to do. In these few days, Madame Mo had been watching over her daughter closely. Although her daughter's talent had been destroyed, she was still her precious baby. Madame Mo couldn't go against the clan's decision. Moreover, the Mo clan had always been so cruel. Everyone was already used to it. However, this didn't stop Madame Mo from caring for her daughter. She was only worried that her daughter was so young. How could she bear such a blow? However, she realized that her daughter had changed. That lively and cute Xiao Wu, who loved to talk and laugh, was gone. What replaced her was a quiet and pitiful little girl who didn't talk much. She just hugged that shabby scabbard all day long and didn't speak a word. At such a young age, there was more and more sadness and calmness on her face. Sometimes this little girl would hold her chin and stare at a certain place. Her eyes were full of thoughts. However, every time she thought, there was more sadness in her eyes. Mo Anwu naturally didn't have lovesickness at her age. Most of her thoughts had nothing to do with Chu Yang. However, it was these thoughts that slowly sealed her heart. Why is it like this? Although Ahua is a servant, I used to call her sister Ahua. When her mother was sick, I stole medicine from the clan and cured her. That day, she said that she had to treat me well. However, from that day on, Ahua ignored me when she saw me. When I heard her talking to Sister Xiaoyu, she even called me trash. Why? Father used to carry me in circles every time he came back. However, from that day on, he didn't. Moreover, when he saw me, he turned around and walked away. When he couldn't avoid me, he pulled a long face. Did Xiao really make Father hate me? That day when I wanted to get some medicine, I went to the clan pharmacy. However, they didn't give it to me. I remember that when I asked for medicine, they would give it to me. Why? Because I became trash? That day in the hall, second brother didn't dare to look at me. The saber that brother Chu Yang gave me, Mo Qingwu thought like this. At such a young age, she actually had a lot on her mind. Her body also became thinner and thinner. Madame Mo saw this and her heart ached. This day, Mo Tianji received a notice from the clan to go to the Tsanglan battlefront. Before leaving, he came to say goodbye to his little sister at the Tsanglan battlefront. When he arrived, he saw Mo Qing Wu sitting on the doorstep with her chin in her hands. Her eyes were blank and empty. There was no spirit in them at all. Mo Tianji's heart ached. He gently came to his little sister and squatted down. Xiao Wu, second brother, is here. Oh, Xiao Wu, what happened to you? Nothing. Xiao Wu, I have to go to the Tsanglan battlefront. Oh, before leaving, I am a little worried about you. What do you want? Second brother will bring it back for you? Oh, Xiao Wu. Mo Tianji was heartbroken. He grabbed Mo Ching Wu's thin shoulders and shook, say something. Suddenly, he was shocked. Why did you lose so much weight? Mo Ching Wu's lifeless eyes finally turned around. Second brother. Yes, yes, second brother is here. Second brother, have I really become a cripple? Nonsense. Mo Tianji immediately got angry. Who told you that? They all said so. Is it true? Mo Tianji was speechless. He hugged his little sister tightly. Little sister, you will be fine. You will not become a cripple. You don't want me anymore. Mo Ching Wu sobbed. Mo Tianji was stunned. I have nothing left. Uncle Qingyu is also gone. You are also going to go. Second brother, can I still get my saber back? When the saber was mentioned, Mo Ching Wu's eyes suddenly shone with hope. Yes, second brother. Why did you take out my saber that day? Mo Ching Wu raised her head. At such a young age, her eyes were originally innocent and bright. However, there was an additional sense of scrutiny in them. Mo Tianji was speechless. What could he say to his little sister? Could he explain? When you took out my saber, it was snatched away. Mo Ching Wu's voice was very soft. It was so soft that it was a little fleeting. Mo Tianji sighed deeply. At this moment, he knew where his mistake was. If he did not take out the saber, Mo Ching Wu's situation would be even worse than it was now. This saber could at least be exchanged for a more peaceful environment. At least this was the inner courtyard. The rules of the inner courtyard were strict. The servants did not dare to say anything. Mo Ching would also be very safe here. Moreover, her mother was here. With her mother's protection, Mo Ching Wu would not be wronged. This was perhaps the biggest gain. However, Mo Tianji neglected one point. After Mo Ching Wu was stripped of all her original rights, in her young heart, there was only one person she could rely on, Chu Yang, because the entire Mo clan decided her fate. They let her fall into this helpless and sorrowful situation. However, Chu Yang had once saved her from the brink of death. He even played with her and gave her a saber that she liked very much. When she suffered such a heavy blow, in the heart of the little girl, the time she spent with Chu Yang seemed to be even happier. Comparing the two, naturally, Chu Yang was the good guy. After suffering such a heavy blow, the most precious thing to Mo Ching Wu now was that memory and that saber. Only that saber could give her warmth at this time. However, Mo Tianji brought it out in exchange for an environment to live in this life. The moment he took out that saber, it was equivalent to taking away the pillar of Mo Ching Wu's little heart. It caused her to be physically and mentally injured. She could not bear it. This was Mo Tianji's biggest mistake, because to Mo Ching Wu, she was still young and did not understand the value of this exchange. To her, such an exchange did not make her feel anything, because she originally lived here. Now, she still lived here, she only felt that she had lost her favorite saber. And this saber was lost because of Mo Tianji. Perhaps she would understand Mo Tianji's painstaking efforts in the future. However, she definitely would not understand now. Mo Tianji stood there in a daze. At this moment, even though he was extremely intelligent and cunning, he was still at his wits' end, because in front of him was only a little girl who did not know the ways of the world. No matter what reason, as long as she believed in it, he could not explain it. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and said, "Little Wu, don't worry. There will be a day when second brother will take your saber back and deliver it to you. Will you?" Mo Ching Wu raised her head and looked at Mo Tianji with sparkling eyes. After a long time, her eyes dimmed little by little. She said desolately, "Second brother, I am tired." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and ignored her second brother. She looked at her feet in confusion. Her eyes were unfocused. She muttered, "I miss brother Chu Yang so much." When Mo Tianji left the backyard, Even he himself did not know how to describe his feelings. He only knew that he wanted to kill someone. The most ideal target was Mo Tianyin. Recommended a new book. My brother Ao Yu Chong Kong's new book, Endless Online Game. Those who are interested, please go and take a look. By chance, Li Hao discovered that he could cultivate in the game and in reality at the same time. This accidental discovery made Li Hao's life extraordinary. Chapter 204. Mo Tianyin, I will never let you go. When I returned from Songlan battlefront, Mo Tianyin, just you wait. Mo Tianji finally left. He wanted to have a long talk with his father before he left. But Mo Xingqin did not have the time. Or it could be said that he purposely did not want to see him. Seeing that the day of departure had arrived, Mo Tianji gave up on this effort. He knew that his father would not see him. When he left, Mo Tianyin actually came to see him off on behalf of the clan. The two brothers faced each other without saying a word. The group that left with Mo Tianji quietly waited outside the door for them to say goodbye. Standing at the very front was a female knight with a slim figure. At this moment, the female knight was looking at Mo Tianyin. Let's talk here. Mo Tianji bit his lips and walked to the side with Mo Tianyin. Second brother, I wish you a safe journey. Mo Tianyin smiled as he walked. He was very proud. Do you have something to say to me? Nothing. I just want to tell you one thing. Mo Tianji was silent for a while. Finally, he said in a low voice, Mo Tianyin, listen carefully. What did you call me? Mo Tianyin was furious. Listen carefully. Mo Tianji's expression was cold. His voice was even lower. 3 years ago, when Lan Mei Go was under my command, I knew that she was one of your people. Mo Tianyin was shocked. You. Quiet. Mo Tianji smiled cruelly. I not only know that she is one of your people, but I also know that you are madly in love with her. Mo Tianyin, I also know that she once gave birth to a son for you. However, you did not get married, so you had to secretly hide him. Mo Tianyin's face was pale. The corners of his eyes twitched. You like this woman and your son very much. The little guy is very cute. I also like him very much. Mo Tianji licked his lips and said, Mo Tianyin, remember this. If Xiao Wu is wronged in the days that I am not here, you should prepare to go to the red light district to find your woman. I will definitely label him as Mo Tianyin. At that time, I believe that your enemies will be very interested. Mo Tianyin's face lost its color with a schwa sound. Red Light Restaurant was a very famous brothel in the upper 3 heavens. It was also a money-squandering establishment for the younger generation of aristocratic clans. Mo Tianyin liked a woman, but he could not give her up. However, it also depended on how he gave her up. If Mo Tianji sold her to a money-squandering establishment, the humiliation alone would drive Mo Tianyin crazy. Mo Tianji admired his expression and slowly said, And you're sure? He has been with his mother since he was born. I guarantee he will also live well. A trace of madness flashed across Mo Tianji's handsome face. He gently smiled. I didn't want to do this to you, but do you understand now? Mo Tianyin's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Mo Tianji, do you want to fight me to the death? Xiao Wu is not a fish. Mo Tianji insipidly said, Don't look for him. Your son is no longer in his original place. Don't worry. As long as Xiao Wu is safe, they will be safe as well. But he is still your nephew. Mo Tianyin roared in a low voice. You don't treat me as a brother. Do you think I will treat him as a nephew? Mo Tianji warmly smiled. Mo Tianyin, why are you always so naive? After he finished speaking, Mo Tianji took a step back and coldly looked at Mo Tianyin. He retreated 1 step at a time until he took 5 steps back. Then he suddenly extended a finger and pointed at Mo Tianyun's nose. He pointed at the air twice and casually said, "Big brother, remember my words. I don't want any unpleasantness. Do you understand?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around and shouted, "Let's go!" He jumped on his horse and laughed loudly. The 300 cavalry rushed into the cold wind like a black cloud and suddenly sped away. They did not look back. That Lan Mei knight looked back before she left. She saw Mo Tianyun's ashen face, but she did not have time to react. She followed the cavalry and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Mo Tianyun stood at the door. The muscles on his face twitched. After a long time, he suddenly punched the door. The entire door was smashed into pieces by his punch. He gasped for breath. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. He said in a low voice, "Pass down my order. Cancel all operations in the inner courtyard." "Grand Duke?" The guard behind heard this and could not help but be surprised. "Do as I say." Mo Tianyun suddenly turned around and roared, "Are you deaf?" The guard was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly complied and turned around to leave. Zhen Tianyun gasped for breath. His eyes shot out crazy hatred. "Mo Tianji, I will kill you." Mo Tianji, who was far away, had a complicated look on his face. He did not want to use this method, but now he was forced by the situation. He had to use it. Snatching Lan Mei was Mo Tianji's plan 3 years ago. From then on, the struggle between the two brothers became intense. Mo Tianyun was very proud that Mo Tianji did not know Lan Mei's identity. Lan Mei was in Mo Tianji's hands. It was like he had a super spy, but he never thought that the reason Mo Tianji snatched Lan Mei was because of her identity. He was preparing for this step. At this moment, using this method to deal with Mo Tianyun was an eye for an eye. Mo Tianji left. Mo Qingwu in the inner courtyard became even more lonely. Every day, she hugged that broken scabbard. Even when she slept, she hugged it tightly. It was as if only this broken scabbard could give her the only comfort in her heart. The sadness on her little face made people's hearts ache. "Scabbard, do you miss Dao Dao? Scabbard, do you miss Brother Chuyang? Scabbard, do you want to leave here? Scabbard, I only have you to accompany me. Brother Chuyang, when will you come?" During this period of time, Chu Yang's strength training had also reached a certain level. Luo Kudi and Rue Butong broke through one after another. Luo Kudi ranked 5th. Rue Butong sullenly ranked last with a small gap of 1 hour. This month, the responsibility of washing underwear and socks fell on the shoulders of Rue Butong, the future lone thief. Rue Butong now had a bitter face every day. Gu Duxing and Chu Yang were better, but Luo Kudi and GMO were not polite at all. Every day, their socks were worn into mud before they were thrown into Rue Butong's bed. In Butong was almost suffocated to death, especially GMO and Luo Kudi, who were proud of their success, swaggered in front of him every day. "Come, old man, call me 3rd brother. Come, old man, call me 5th brother. Good boy, good boy. Come, old man, have you finished washing your socks? 3rd brother will give you some pointers on martial arts. Come, old man, have you finished washing your socks? 5th brother will exchange pointers with you." Rue Butong fell into a state of continuous mental and physical attacks. Under the ravaging of the two, Rue Butong's power soared, and Chu Yang's state during this period of time also made the other 4 speechless. This guy was cultivating without any regard for his life. After breaking through to level 3 martial master, he actually started to challenge those of a higher level. Starting from Rue Butong, the 4 of them had to spar with Chu Yang at least 5 times a day, and Chu Yang's request was that they must not hold back. As a result, almost every sparring session was a complete and utter abuse. But no matter how badly this guy was beaten, in less than an hour, he would jump up energetically for the next round. Such a terrifying endurance made the four of them tremble in fear as they fought. Although he was able to torture his boss every single time, this kind of undying spirit was too ruthless. The four of them asked themselves if they were in his shoes, they would definitely not be able to endure it. And Chuyang seemed to be improving every time. Every time he used his body movement technique, his strength realm, he could actually give the four of them a whole new feeling. The four of them had never seen or heard of such a freak before. Chuyang was also in great pain because he gave up on going out to challenge. He completely used Gu Duxing and the other three to experience the feeling. But these four people are now high-level martial great masters. Every time, Chuyang felt a great pressure, and his realm and understanding also rapidly improved under this huge pressure. The speed of his improvement made Gu Duxing and the others realize what was called terrifying. In half a month, Chuyang had forcibly raised his cultivation by 4 levels. He was now at the peak of level 7 martial master. There were many realms that he had comprehended in his previous life, so he leveled up relatively quickly. But even so, it was too sensational. And what made Gu Duxing and the others feel the most uncomfortable was that Chuyang's new tactics were slowly taking shape. Especially the soft water force that he had comprehended earlier. It was now slowly fusing into his moves and techniques. This kind of fighting style was very difficult to deal with. If it was not for the fact that his cultivation was much higher, a level 2 or 3 martial great master would definitely fall at his hands. There was no suspense at all. Under Chuyang's pursuit, Gu Duxing, Luo Kudi, and the others deeply felt this huge pressure. If someone started chasing them from level 3 martial warrior and actually caught up to level 7 or 8 martial great master, that would be too shameful. As a result, the 4 of them started to play with their lives at the same time. The days were very dull. And just like that, the days passed by. The weather was getting colder and colder. Butian Pavilion also became more restrained. Besides continuing to train, accept new people, and secretly set up an intelligence network, they did not do anything else in the country. Tai Butian had just ascended the throne, and everything was waiting to be done. He was extremely busy and did not have time to go to Butian Pavilion. In the eyes of the Iron Cloud public, Butian Pavilion seemed to have quieted down. In the eyes of some observant people, this confirmed that King of Hell Chu had fallen from grace and was about to step down. And so, in Iron Cloud Citadel, rumors and slanders began to spread. Some people who had always been afraid of danger were now jumping up and down. One day, after finishing his training, Chuyang felt that he had reached level 8 martial master. Looking at Gu Duxing and the others who were still fighting fiercely, he could not help but think about something. "You haven't gone out for a month. Are you bored?" Chuyang smiled and asked, "How about I treat you to a meal today? Where do you want to go? Or, now is the right time to go to that place? Drink wine, drink wine." GMO cheered, his eyes shining. "Find a few beautiful girls and talk about life." Chapter 205. Speaking of drinking wine with girls. I have never tried it before. Chuyang coughed awkwardly and rubbed his nose. What does drinking wine with girls mean? Is it fun? Pretentious, ah. The 4 of them spoke at the same time and made 4 disdainful gestures in front of Chuyang. "I really don't know. I have never experienced it before." Chuyang said innocently, "Boss, are you still a virgin?" Jimo's eyes widened. Rue Butong and Luo Kadi laughed at the same time. "Why don't we go see it today?" Chuyang rubbed his head and his eyes flashed. There was another place in Iron Cloud Citadel. Chuyang was very interested, but he did not have any confidence. That place looked beautiful, but it could be said to be the most dangerous place in Iron Cloud Citadel. In lower 3 heavens, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a tiger's den, house of exceptional beauties. From time to time they sang and poured wine. Every night, They dance to dispel all worries. Beautiful women, where do they go? The first house of exceptional beauties. Ever since House of Exceptional Beauties was established in Iron Cloud Citadel, whether it was war or dynasty, House of Exceptional Beauties never fell. In his previous life, after Golden Horse Rider's department captured Iron Cloud, the biggest loss they suffered was at House of Exceptional Beauties. House of Exceptional Beauties, as the name suggests, was a brothel. But this brothel was different from other brothels. The girls in this brothel sold their skills and not their bodies. Moreover, the price was very expensive. If one was not from a wealthy family, they did not have the qualifications to spend a night there. At that time, when Iron Cloud Citadel fell, a few Golden Horse Riders went to House of Exceptional Beauties to have fun. They wanted the girls to sleep with them. But the people of House of Exceptional Beauties broke their limbs and threw them out. Then a large group went and was beaten until they crawled all over the floor. Later, Du Qing Ro personally came out to settle this matter. No one knew how it was handled, but House of Exceptional Beauties was still House of Exceptional Beauties. Obviously, it was no longer the case with Du Qing Ro's power at that time. He chose to tolerate House of Exceptional Beauties. House of Exceptional Beauties' terror could be imagined. Chu Yang also did not know what House of Exceptional Beauties was, but he knew that it was definitely a huge monster. However, the House of Exceptional Beauties was clearly just a tool to amass wealth. It was to amass a large amount of wealth for a certain power. Other than that, there was nothing else to understand. However, just this episode alone was enough to make Chu Yang see him in a new light. Chu Yang had been wondering if he could pull the House of Exceptional Beauties over. If he could pull them over, his strength would definitely increase greatly. But House of Exceptional Beauties had been in Iron Cloud Citadel for so many years. How could Tai Butian and Tai Longqing not know the value of House of Exceptional Beauties? If even they couldn't do anything, Chu Yang reckoned that he wouldn't be of much use even if he went there himself. On top of that, he had been extremely busy all this time. He was also afraid that he would provoke the House of Exceptional Beauties and end up making a fool of himself. Thus, Chu Yang had been suppressing it. Right now, the weather was cold and the ground was frozen. Iron Cloud Citadel was also very busy, while his own Butian Pavilion had nothing to do. Chu Yang wanted to go check out the situation. Naturally, bringing GMO and the others along was a way to relax, as well as a great help. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "You guys wait for me here for a while. I will go back to Butian Pavilion to take a look. If there is nothing else, we will go to House of Exceptional Beauties to play." House of Exceptional Beauties? Hearing these three words, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Rue Butong simultaneously became excited. Exceptional Beauties? Just how exceptional are they? Thinking about it, GMO and Luo Kadi looked at each other. Suddenly, a lustful smile appeared on their faces. Be careful, that place only sells their skills, not their bodies. Don't make a fool of yourself. Chu Yang warned them. That's more satisfying. What's the point of selling their bodies? Just thinking about it makes me sick. GMO laughed like a pervert. That's right, they don't sell their bodies. Gu Duxing coldly stood there and said, House of Exceptional Beauties? Not interested. Humph. One. In this world, besides Sister Xiaomiao, what other exceptional beauties can there be? The four of them rolled their eyes. It seemed that in this guy's heart, other than Gu Miaoling, all the other women in the world were just dirt in his eyes. One. Let's go. Ayaya, what are we waiting for? We will go with you to Butian Pavilion. Then we will go to House of Exceptional Beauties. Luo Kadi impatiently said. This guy's face was red with excitement. His eyes shone with a thirsty light. I have been holding back for too long. As he spoke, he lowered his head and said with grievance, Look, there's a bulge here, and, sure enough, there was an eye-catching bulge in his crotch. Chu Yang scolded with a smile and kicked over. Luo Kadi nimbly dodged, and used his hand to adjust the bulge. Using his underwear, it was not so obvious. He sighed and said, "Back in the days, this young master was also a romantic and happy man, who knew that in the lower three heavens I would be caught and sent to the desert after coming out of the sea. Damn it, I am about to explode." Noisily, the 5 of them rushed out. Gu Duxing originally did not want to go, but he was dragged out by GMO and Luo Kadi. The snow had stopped a few days ago, but the weather was still bitterly cold. The sky was filled with dark clouds. The thick snow did not seem to melt at all. Ever since Mo Qingwu left that day, Chu Yang had been feeling uneasy. During this period of time, he had been training beyond his limits, but it did not lessen his depression at all. But he could not say this out loud. If Gu Duxing and the others knew that he was lovesick for a little girl, they would probably despise him until he died. Calculating the time, Mo Qingwu should be home by now. Plus, the clan should already know, right? What would the Mo clan do? Chu Yang was a little worried. The thing he regretted the most was that Dong Wushang left so quickly that he did not have time to ask him to find out about Mo Qingwu. They arrived at Butian Pavilion with creaking sounds. Although the weather was cold, the entire iron-cloud citadel was still bustling. Only the place that was usually the busiest, Butian Pavilion, was now deserted. Most of the people were sent out by Chu Yang. At Butian Pavilion, only the new disciples were training. Wu Qianqian was overseeing the situation. Qingang and Qin Yutong were not there. No one knew where they went. What did you arrange for them to do? Wu Qianqian asked. This is a secret. Chu Yang said calmly, "Little girl, don't be so curious." Wu Qianqian was speechless. "I am your senior sister. I have some matters to attend to these few days. If there is nothing going on at Butian Pavilion, do not disturb me." Chu Yang said casually, "Who dares to disturb you?" Wu Qianqian said angrily. Then she asked with concern, "Your Highness?" No, did His Majesty look for you?" "Why would he look for me? Does he want to marry his little sister to me?" Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "In your dreams." Wu Qianqian suddenly widened her eyes. "He has a little sister?" "He doesn't have a little sister?" Chu Yang was even more surprised than her. "Where did he get a little sister?" Wu Qianqian's black eyes widened. "The entire Iron Cloud Nation knows that your Highness is His Majesty's only surviving heir." "Oh," Chu Yang said with relief. Then he hit her. Something is not right. Who is that?" Chu Yang frowned and thought for a while. Then he slowly said, "Iron Cloud's #1 beauty, but that? What kind of beauty is that?" "Boss, are you done yet?" GMO yelled from outside the door. "You are really something, talking about the house of exceptional beauties in front of beautiful women." "What house of exceptional beauties?" Wu Qianqian suddenly became alert. "Iron Cloud Citadel's house of exceptional beauties." The sudden voice interrupted Chu Yang's thoughts. He casually said, "I want to take them to the house of exceptional beauties to play." "You want to take them to the house of exceptional beauties to play?" Wu Qianqian's eyes widened. Her beautiful face slowly turned green. She suddenly roared, "You are not allowed to go." "Really?" Chu Yang looked at her in astonishment and said, "Unreasonable. What does us going to the house of exceptional beauties have to do with you?" Wu Qianqian bit her lips. "What about you?" Chu Yang turned around and walked out. "Go do your thing. Let's go." "Wait." Wu Qianqian rushed out. "I am going too." This sentence made Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Miao Butong all turn pale with fright. "You are going too? That is a brothel, a place for men to play little girl." "You are not allowed to go," Chu Yang said firmly. "Taking beauties to a brothel? What is this? Besides, this is not a place for fun. I must go." Wu Qianqian did not budge an inch. Tell me, what can you do if you go? Chu Yang scratched his head in distress. Can you go play? Can you go whoring? Can you go What? Anyway, I want to go. Wu Qian rarely expressed her determination. You want to go and have fun? No way. You stay here. Chu Yang said sternly. This is an order. I will resign immediately. I must go. Wu Qian said angrily. The two looked at each other like fighting cocks. Minister Chu was at his wits' end. Gu Duxing, GMO, and the others looked at each other. Then they folded their arms and looked like they were watching a play. At this time, the savior arrived. Chang'an was holding some documents and hurriedly rushed in. Miss Wu, this matter. Ah, the minister is also here. That's great, this matter. What matter? Wu Qian asked subconsciously. I am going to the palace. Chu Yang came out with a whoosh. Wu Qian shouted, Wait. She wanted to chase after him. Minister Chu bellowed. Chang'an, I order you to stop her. If you let her out of this door today, I will hold you responsible. Finished speaking. He waved his hand and took Gu Duxing and the others away. Oh, Miss Wu, Miss Wu, Miss Wu. Chang'an stretched out his hand. Miss, please take pity on my old bones. Seeing that Wu Qian still wanted to chase after him, Chang'an almost cried. Besides, the minister is going to the palace for official business. Ah. Chang'an did not understand. What is going on? Why are you stopping him from going to the palace? Your palace is at the House of Exceptional Beauties. Wu Qian saw that Chu Yang had disappeared. She stomped her feet and said bitterly, He is going to the House of Exceptional Beauties to fool around. Ah? Ching Ang's eyes widened. The minister is going to visit prostitutes? What? Seeing that Wu Qian's eyes were about to turn red, Chang'an hurriedly tried to persuade her. Going to the House of Exceptional Beauties is not a big deal. At most, you can listen to some music. The House of Exceptional Beauties sells their skills, and not their bodies, the confidant cursed. This minister is really something. With a 1 in a million beauty by his side, you still want to go to the House of Exceptional Beauties. Miss Wu's feelings for you, who in Butian Pavilion does not know. Selling my skills and not my body is not allowed. Wu Qian said angrily. Chapter 206. Chu Yang escaped in a sorry state. GMO and the others followed him out, laughing and laughing. I say, boss, this Miss Wu is really good-looking. Luo Kadi clicked his tongue in admiration. This young master has seen countless women, but even in the upper 3 heavens, there are only a few who can compare to her. She's a top-grade beauty. Chu Yang's face darkened as he ran. Boss, I think this Miss Wu is quite interested in you. She actually doesn't allow you to fool around. GMO leaned over and said with shifty eyes, I think you two have an affair. What affair? Chu Yang said angrily. GMO shrank back in fear when he glared at him. Actually, this Miss Wu is not bad. Gu Duxing followed from the side and said lightly, She likes you a lot. We can all see this. If you can consider it. Chu Yang sighed. Even he himself didn't know when Wu Qian's impression of him changed. But what kind of person was Chu Yang? How could he not sense it? He had always been cold to this matter. This was something that he couldn't respond to. But he couldn't reject it even more. Because Wu Qian didn't make it clear and always maintained the attitude of a silent bystander. She liked him in secret. Chu Yang couldn't do anything about it. I didn't say I liked you, and I never showed it to you. Are you going to reject me if I like you in my heart? So, Chu Yang could only pretend to be confused. Hearing Gu Duxing's words, Chu Yang sighed and said, How could I not know? But I'm not in the mood to talk about love. Why not? GMO leaned over again, Talking about love while doing business while practicing martial arts. Isn't that great? Get lost. Chu Yang said angrily, "One more word and you'll return my sword." GMO shrank back and didn't say anything. After hanging out with him for so long, this guy was getting more and more shameless. Only this sentence could threaten him now. If he said, "One more word and I'll make you purple and red," maybe this guy will say, come on, I've been itching these days." "You have someone in your heart?" Gu Duxing asked thoughtfully. This was the only reason that could explain why Chu Yang was able to resist the pursuit of such a peerless and alluring beauty. "Yes." Chu Yang nodded. "Who is it?" Gu Duxing's eyes widened. "Have I seen him before?" "You must have seen it before." Chu Yang smiled mysteriously. "I've seen it before?" Gu Duxing was really confused this time. He began to think hard about the beauties he had seen before. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. He really couldn't remember. The problem was that no matter who it was, there was no such thing as a beauty in Gu Duxing's eyes. There were only two words: women. Yes, all women are the same. So what if I already have someone in my heart? Luo Kadi snorted and happily suggested, "A real man having 3 wives and 4 concubines is the most normal thing." Even if your heart belongs to someone else and is completely occupied by one person, it will not affect the firmness of your lower body. Get lost! Chu Yang and Gu Duxing shouted at the same time. Then they kicked out together. Luo Kadi flew out as if he was riding a cloud. "I can't think of anything." Gu Duxing frowned and maintained his kicking posture. "Well, then keep it to yourself." Chu Yang smiled strangely. He really didn't have the mood to talk about love right now. Mo Qingwu's matter was pressing on his heart for 2 generations. If Chu Yang and Wu Qian were to serve each other now, then Chu Yang's obsession after his rebirth would become as worthless as bubbles. How far is that house of exceptional beauties? Luo Kadi ran back, covered in snow, and tactfully changed the topic. "Not far. With our speed, we'll be there in an hour." Chu Yang said seriously, "However, there's something I need to tell you in advance. The background of House of Exceptional Beauties is extremely mysterious, but also extremely powerful. Don't think that just because you're from the 3 heavens, you can disdain House of Exceptional Beauties. I'm guessing that the background of House of Exceptional Beauties is definitely not weaker than your clans." Oh, Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kudi, and Ji Butong all revealed interested expressions at the same time. They looked at each other and smiled thoughtfully. "Phut!" Luo Kudi was shocked. "This is House of Exceptional Beauties? Isn't this a little too grand?" Not only him. Even Chu Yang and Gu Duxing were a little shocked. It had been snowing for 4 consecutive days, but it did not melt at all. All of Iron Cloud Citadel and even the royal palace had accumulated snow. But in this House of Exceptional Beauties, there was not a single speck of snow within a radius of a few hundred feet. It was clean and clean. In fact, the ground was very dry. Even the roof was clean and tidy. The only place with snow was in the garden. There were many trees that were not afraid of the cold. The snow contrasted with the green trees, creating a dreamy fairy tale feeling. 2 strings of red lanterns hung down from the roof. The surroundings would be covered in snow and ice, but only this place was dry and crisp. Under such a strong contrast, it was as if this place did not belong to the human world. There were constantly young men in embroidered clothes coming in and out. There were also some fat merchants dragging their heavy bellies as they walked in. This place is really lively. Luo Kudi's eyes lit up. He smelled the fragrance of cosmetics carried by the cold wind. His nose twitched as he said in an intoxicated manner, "Oh my God, it's as warm as spring. When I come here, I feel like a fish in water. Let's go in." Chu Yang was really surprised for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Just as he was about to go in, he suddenly felt that something was not right. He could not help but be startled. His ears perked up to listen, but he did not find anything. He immediately turned his head and looked at the path he came from. Then he followed Gu Duxing and the others in. More than 100 feet behind him, on top of a big pine tree, a green-clothed man silently appeared. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction as he muttered, "This little bastard, he actually went to the brothel with his gang." Then he frowned and muttered, "Damn it, it was so hard to find him, but how could it be so? That piece of purple crystal jade essence. He did not seem to have it on him. Could it be that I really found the wrong person?" Thinking about this, the man in blue was very angry. He did not even see the person in question and was chased out by the old master. "You did not see the jade essence? If you did not see the jade essence, why the hell did you come back to report?" At that time the old master raised his walking stick and almost broke his own spine. "Bastard! Tell me, what else can you do? You can't even find a person. There were hundreds of messages, and each time your big brother and sister-in-law could not wait to go, and each time your sister-in-law came back, crying. Can't you do something that you are confident in?" Master, I suspect that this is definitely." "You suspect? You suspect your grandmother?" The old master roared 135 times. "You said it was definitely the case every time. This time it is really too similar. Really, that expression, that face. You said the same thing the 135 times." "Master, you, scram. This time it is really scram. Still not scram. Fine, fine, fine." Seeing that the walking stick was about to hit him again, the man in blue covered his head and ran away. He only heard the old master roar, "If you can't find the real one, every time you come back, I will drown you in a cesspool." Thinking about this, the man in blue's face became bitter. After he came back with his report, he went straight to Ironcloud Citadel. He spent a few days searching the entire Ironcloud Citadel. It was not until Chu Yang left Heavenly Armament Pavilion this morning that he coincidentally found Chu Yang. Even with his speed and martial power, he was so tired that he almost fell down. There is still no news of the purple crystal. Did he also take the one I gave him? How could the man in blue give up? He dared to swear that the young man he had found this time was absolutely identical to his elder brother, even more so than the 135 from before. Plus, that expression was even more similar. Plus, his mouth was like sister-in-law's. Unfortunately, the clan was very busy this time. He could not see his big brother and sister-in-law. He did see his grandfather, but with his temper it was better not to see him. Sigh, Green Flail. I hate this kind of place the most. The green-clothed man heaved a long sigh and flew over. The best thing to do now was to follow this young man and find out little by little. Of course, if he could find that piece of jade, that would be the best. Ayaya, you have not come for a long time. What a coincidence! Today is the big day of the House of Exceptional Beauties. Please, please, ladies, come and welcome our guests. Once Chu Yang and the others entered the door, they were immediately greeted by a fat woman in her 30s or 40s with heavy makeup. Her face was full of smiles. Ugh! GMO retched and angrily said, "Isn't this the House of Exceptional Beauties? You call this a beauty? This is old amiable, you idiot." Gu Duxing looked at this self-proclaimed master GMO with a face full of astonishment. She was rather surprised by this fellow's fussing. GMO's face turned red and he said, "I thought old AI was also a beauty. Get lost, you bastard. Why would a beauty be an old dove?" Luo Kudi's nose was up in the air and he was disdainful of GMO. The three of them sang the same tune as if there was no one else around. Hearing this, old AI's face turned red and then white. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. At this time, 5 girls in white appeared from the door and said in unison, "Welcome, my 5 lords." Then he walked up with a faint and amiable smile on his face. Each of them took one of the girls and accompanied them inside. When these 5 girls came out, even Chu Yang could not help but praise them. Not bad. These 5 girls were naturally not beauties, but each of them was delicate and pretty. Regardless of body shape or face, they were all top-notch. Their faces were lightly made up and their eyes were clear. They did not look like prostitutes. Chapter 207. At this moment, Chu Yang and Gu Duxing heard the sound of panting. It seemed to be a nervous kind. They turned their heads to look and did not know whether to laugh or cry. If it were not for their strong willpower, they would have burst out laughing while holding their bellies. The 2 men, GMO and Luo Kadi, who boasted that they had seen all kinds of flowers and had spent their entire lives with makeup, were held by the young girls beside them. Both of them had their heads held high, their chests puffed out, and their backs straightened. Their bodies were actually somewhat stiff, although they tried hard to maintain a calm expression on their faces. One could faintly see that they were nervous, especially GMO. The tip of his nose was sweating. How was this the behavior of a man who had seen many flowers and was unrestrained? GMO Gu Duxing called out. GMO did not hear anything. Since his arm was being held by the girl in white, he was completely at a loss. GMO. Gu Duxing raised his voice. Oh, I'm here. GMO regained his senses. How is this place compared to the ones you have seen? Gu Duxing held back his laughter. It's okay, although it's not as good as it's just SOO. GMO tried his best to put on an expert look. He blushed and said, "Back then, when I was at home, I didn't spend that day in this kind of place. This kind of small scene is simply not worth mentioning." GMO is a person who has seen many big scenes. How is he like us? We don't even know how to walk. Chu Yang said calmly. The girl holding GMO's arm could not help but laugh. She immediately knew that something was wrong. She hurriedly covered her mouth and rolled her eyes. The other girls also showed a smile on their faces. They were here every day. How could they not know? For people like GMO and Luo Kadi, they had never been here before, not to mention that they had been here for a long time. Only teenagers who visited a brothel for the first time would have this kind of behavior. Even if it was the second time, they would not be so nervous. This guy actually dared to boast shamelessly that when he was at home, he didn't spend a single day in a place like this. This kind of words, it was simply terrifying. Gu Duxing tried hard to hold back his laughter as he said, "So that's how it is. Since Master GMO is so familiar with this place, why don't you introduce it to us?" "There's no need for an introduction." GMO acted as if he had a card up his sleeve. He lowered his voice and said, "When I bring you into the room, you just need to take off your pants. Ha ha ha." Gu Duxing gave him a thumbs up. "You're really something." He turned around and left, laughing wildly. Others might not know, but how could Gu Duxing not know? The word lust was the most taboo word in the 3 heavens, especially these 2 dukes, who were very talented in martial arts. Which clan didn't have high hopes for them? No matter what kind of martial arts it was, the premature release of one's primordial yang was an irreparable loss. It would also affect one's lifetime achievements. If these people didn't achieve much, then it basically meant that the future of the family wasn't very bright. Under such circumstances, GMO and the others wanted to visit a brothel? That was like a dream. If his family found out about this, it would be strange if he wasn't skinned alive. The so-called hedonistic sons were generally good-for-nothings in the family. But those who were important to the main family of the real big clans were definitely. They couldn't be hedonistic sons because of the strict requirements of the family, the strict rewards and punishments, and the terrible self-discipline that they had cultivated since childhood. They couldn't be hedonistic sons. There was a saying that big clans often produced hedonistic sons. Regarding this saying, Gu Duxing and Chu Yang snorted disdainfully. Hedonistic sons were only produced by some big clans, low-class clans without any foundation. If the heirs of those big clans really became hedonistic sons, then how could these clans stand tall for thousands of years? Wouldn't they have been destroyed long ago? The story of turning over a new leaf was suitable for ordinary people, but it definitely wasn't suitable for the heirs of big clans, because if they took one wrong step, they wouldn't be able to turn back for the rest of their lives. Even if they turned back, they would never be able to return to their original position. Therefore, they didn't believe that GMO and Luo Kadi were pretending to be brothel regulars. After entering, they found that there was actually a huge hall inside. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge charcoal stove. The color of the charcoal inside was very bright, and the whole hall was as warm as spring. Bursts of loud chatter could be heard. At the end of the hall, there was a platform 3 feet above the ground. The top of the platform was covered by a hazy curtain, allowing you to see inside, but not clearly. Behind the curtain, there was a simple and unadorned zither. Inside, there were already many people sitting, as if they were waiting for something. At the place closest to the stage, there were actually 5 young men clustered around. The loud voices were coming from them. "This is a brothel." Luo Kadi finally exclaimed in surprise. "A brothel is like this." His voice was slightly louder, and everyone couldn't help but glare at him. At this time, a woman in her 30s leisurely came out and walked up to the high platform. Although this woman was slightly older, she was graceful and graceful. Her every move exuded a noble demeanor. In the hall, the voices were uniformly silent. "Everyone, we will now begin our routine for the day." This woman smiled sweetly, and her eyes were like flowing spring water. She looked at everyone in the hall and said, "As everyone knows, Miss Xiao Lu's zither skills are peerless, and she has the reputation of heavenly zither music. I wonder if everyone is interested in hearing it?" Yes, everyone raised their arms and shouted. Moreover, Miss Xiao Lu is in a good mood today. She said that if anyone can successfully invite her out, and if they can solve 3 difficult musical problems, they can enter Miss Xiao Lu's room. Miss Xiao Lu will play a song for him alone, and they will have dinner together. Moreover, from then on, he will be an honored guest of the House of Exceptional Beauties. "Wow!" everyone exclaimed. Obviously, this condition was very tempting. "Who is this Miss Xiao Lu?" Gu Duxing's expression became cold, and he said, "She actually has such a big fight." GMO and Luo Kadi were angry at the same time. "You don't know Miss Xiao Lu?" Someone on the side mocked. "Then what are you doing here?" It was as if not knowing Miss Xiao Lu was too ignorant and inexperienced. Sure enough, everyone in the hall had a fanatical expression. Obviously, they were all here for Miss Xiao Lu. Do you know about the Battle of the 3 Masters that occurs every 20 years in the Heaven Realm? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Battle of the 3 Masters? The moon and lotus flowers are beautiful. The 3 Masters meet, who will ascend the heavenly palace, who will be the champion. Chu Yang softly recited. The flute immortal drifts on the water. The flute sage quietly travels on the boat. The sound of the zither gently descends from the heavens. The vicissitudes of life paint the spring and autumn. 20 years of wind and rain, who will not fall. 20 years of wind and frost, who will remain. Originally, in the Heaven Realm, there were masters. Each of them had their own unique musical skills, and they had reached the peak. I don't know when this person suddenly wanted to compete for the title of #1 in the world, so they began to compete. At that time, in Great Zhao's capital Lotus Lake, there were many spectators. After a round of competition, the 8 people were evenly matched, but the Shunju was defeated and withdrew, becoming one of the 8 masters. Masters are passed down from generation to generation, and the remaining 8 people were equally matched. Moreover, they had already reached the peak, and it was difficult for them to take another step forward. Therefore, they agreed to fight again 20 years later at this time and place. However, the opponent's younger brother would fight. 20 years later, there was another descendant who was not skilled enough and withdrew, becoming a master. Until now, there are still 3 masters. That is the flute, and the zither. Next year, there will be another 20 years, and it will be time for the final battle of the 3 masters. The final number 1 in the world will be decided. And this Miss Xiao Lu is the only successor of the zither master, Chu Yang slowly said. Although it is only the flute, and the zither, and not martial arts, the fame and influence of the 3 masters in the world is enormous. It is estimated that next year, Great Zhao will have a headache for a long time. Chu Yang said this, and the corner of his mouth revealed a strange smile. Oh, but what does the vicissitudes of life paint the spring and autumn mean? Of course, it is the clan of the witnesses of the masters, writing down the sentiments of each competition. Chu Yang slowly said. So you came today, but you did not bring us to play. Gu Duxing smiled. He had guessed Chu Yang's intention in the first moment. The gathering of the 3 masters was a grand event in the world. If used well, it could give Du Qingro a splitting headache. How could Chu Yang miss such a great opportunity to cause trouble for Du Qingro? Chu Yang's arrival this time should be an extremely important hidden chess piece. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, This zither master is Miss Xiao Lu. Ha ha ha. He smiled and did not continue. Such a grand event. How could Chu Yang not have heard of it in his previous life? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, the flute master was second and the zither master was third. In other words, this Miss Xiao Lu was defeated. However, her defeat was not because her skills were not good enough. Instead, it was because her zither was suddenly stolen before the battle of the 3 absolute heavenly imperial court. The zither of the zither master could be said to be a priceless treasure. It was also the most valuable zither under the heavens. After losing her zither, how could she be in a good mood? And in such a short period of time, where could she find a suitable zither? Between 2 zither, how could they be the same? Thus, the zither master's defeat was logical. But after the zither was unwillingly defeated, the other 2 masters were killed at almost the same time. The 2 great clans also collapsed like ice. This case caused a huge uproar in the world, but in the end it was left unsettled. That was because no one knew who had done it. Only a few years later did Chu Yang realize that it must have been done by the power behind the zither master. This move was extremely ruthless, because they didn't know who instigated the theft of the zither. But it had to be one of the 2 families. There was definitely one innocent, and the other deserved it. Without any evidence, they simply killed off the 2 clans. Clean and simple. This kind of method was extremely unreasonable, but it was also the most ruthless and effective method when there was no other way. But even after killing people, the zither was still not recovered. Thus, the masters of that year disappeared with the passing of time. Chapter 208. But to invite her out, what do we use? Mo scratched his head and said, Silver? You are absolutely right. We use silver. Chu Yang nodded. Mo was dumbfounded. He thought it would be some beautiful woman coming to write poems or something like that. Using silver was something he thought was impossible. Who would have thought that it was actually the case? This is a place where the zither master cultivates her zither, but it is also a place where she accumulates wealth. Chu Yang said in a low voice, Legend has it that when the zither master first appeared here, the fee for one song was 10,000 taels of silver. 10,000 taels. Luo Kudi's eyes widened. Damn. After listening to her zither music, one could directly become a martial king? 10,000 taels is expensive? Chu Yang looked at him. From then on, the zither master would not bid for anything less than 10,000 taels. But the nobles of Iron Cloud Citadel never got tired of this, and even competed with each other. The zither master's income became higher and higher. Plus, this house of exceptional beauties has more than one zither master. After the zither master finishes playing, the highest bidder can listen to her song alone. This song is called Lone Wolf. It is a symbol of status. As for the rest, there are too many girls to choose from. Even though they only sell their skills and not their bodies, if they like you, then this can be discussed. Chu Yong laughed. Luo Kudi's eyes widened. If they like you, you also need silver, right? Nonsense. Chu Yong glared at him with annoyance. Truly brilliant. The four of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes, they only sell their skills and not their bodies. However, if you are sincere enough, then the beauty will fall in love with you, and you can give her away. However, how much silver would you need to spend to make up for this? This was really hard to say. This zither can also be given away. GMO asked. This is not possible. Chu Yang shook his head. This is absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it. Boss, it seems like you are the true master of Moon Breeze, Rue Butong said with admiration. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He did not expect himself to be a master of Moon Breeze. If he wanted to take over this house of exceptional beauties, how could he not know all the rules? Just as the five of them were whispering to each other, someone had already raised a card. 10,000 taels. Yes, Boss Qian offers 10,000 taels. 15,000 taels. Official Wang has already bid 15,000 taels. So rich. GMO stuck out his tongue. He was a descendant of a super aristocratic family, and his background was more profound than these people's. But if he were to take out 10,000 taels of silver just to listen to a song, he reckoned that he would be skinned alive when he returned home. Duke Lien has already bid 30,000 taels. Are there any higher bids? Someone shouted from the stage. Chu Yang blinked his eyes and said, Look at brother's generosity. Suddenly he raised his card and shouted, 100,000 taels. Sitting in front of the stage, a young lady was shaking her head and chuckling softly. She was saying something to the person beside her. He was the one who offered the 30,000 taels of silver. 30,000 taels of silver was already considered very high, and he was already very confident. Who would have thought that 100,000 taels would suddenly pop out of nowhere? He couldn't help but frown. He then turned around to look at Chu Yang. This gentleman offers 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels. Is there a higher one? The graceful woman on the stage was also shocked, but she still managed to react immediately. Jumping from 30,000 to 100,000 taels of silver. This was really the first time. 150,000 taels of silver. Duke Lien stared at Chu Yang with burning anger. 300,000 taels of silver. Chu Yang sneered. The entire hall was silent. 300,000 taels of silver just to listen to a song. This kind of behavior could no longer be described as prodigal. Duke Lien's face darkened. He fiercely glared at Chu Yang. His expression was cold. He turned his head and sat down. He whispered to himself, Where did this little guy come from? Who knows this little guy? Several young men, next to him, shook their heads. One of them said, He looks like a nouveau riche with a few taels of silver. Young Master Lien, you will be able to crush him. Duke Lien sneered and said, No one knows him. They all shook their heads. Duke Lien smiled coldly. He had been chasing after this zither master for half a year. In this half year, he had thrown in countless taels of silver. This year, the snow had sealed Iron Citadel. He knew that the zither master loved snow and was in a good mood. He wanted to come a few days ago, but the emperor had passed away and a new emperor had ascended the throne. This was a tense time. How could he dare to show off at this time? Therefore, as soon as the situation relaxed a little, he immediately rushed over excitedly and impatiently. He did not expect that when he came here, an unknown country bumpkin would suddenly appear and steal his thunder. In this iron cloud citadel, there is someone who dares to compete with me. Haha, I want to see who this person is. Duke Lien sneered. He turned his head and said, "Keep an eye on this little guy. After you are done, break his legs and bring him to my place." A man in black behind him looked coldly at Chu Yang. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He whispered, "Rest assured, Duke Lien." How could Chu Yang not know that this zither master was the real boss of this house of exceptional beauties? This meeting was related to Chu Yang's future plans. Chu Yang was determined to win this meeting. He did not care how much money he had to pay. After all, it was not his own money. He was only paying for it first. This Duke Lien's family was so rich that Chu Yang did not mind going to his house at night. Naturally, he did not care who he offended because of this. There was only one wealthy family in Iron Cloud Citadel with the surname Lien. Minister of Revenue Lien Cheng, Gui's family. This young man must be Lien Cheng Gui's son, a minister of revenue. His son was able to spend 150,000 taels of silver just to listen to a song. His family's wealth could be imagined. But where did this money come from? The salary of a minister of revenue was only a few hundred taels of silver per year. Minister Chu had not taken action for a long time. In this snowy weather, he wanted to find some entertainment for the officials and citizens of Iron Cloud Citadel. He also wanted to remind them, even if there is a change of dynasty, Butian Pavilion is still Butian Pavilion. King of Hell Chu is still King of Hell Chu. Plus, Chu Yang needed to use this big action to tell Diwu Qing Ro that King of Hell Chu was still in Iron Cloud. This Duke Lien was using this as a stepping stone. Chu Yang was very happy. This Duke bid 300,000 taels. Is there anyone else? The middle-aged woman on the stage stopped halfway through her sentence. 300,000 taels to buy a song, other than this second uncle. There was probably no one else who was this stupid. He smiled and asked, "What is your surname?" Chu Yang smiled. "My surname is Chu." As he said this, he took out a thick stack of banknotes and patted them in his hand. On the top of the stack there were 3 words, 10,000 taels. This young master came here to show his sincerity to House of Exceptional Beauties. Even if Miss Xiao Lu did not play the zither, this money would still belong to House of Exceptional Beauties. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He casually handed the thick stack of banknotes to the young woman in white next to him and said, "No need to count. This is 300,000 taels. Miss Xiao Lu, please come out." The young woman in white's hand trembled as she took the banknotes. This was the first time in her life that she had received such a large amount of banknotes. She could not help but be excited. She took it and brought it inside. That Duke Lien looked on coldly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he muttered, "What a rich person! What I like the most are rich people." The young men beside him all felt that it was a pity. Such a good fat sheep. How could he provoke Lien Fanlei? Why couldn't he provoke him? If that was the case, wouldn't that silver be gold for him? To be able to casually take out a few 100,000 taels of banknotes. This fat sheep must be very fat. What a pity. After a while, a puff sound suddenly came from the side of the stage in the hall. White smoke rose from the corners and immediately covered the stage. Then, a thin layer of gauze slowly descended from above and gently covered the stage. With a tinkling sound, a tall and graceful figure appeared in the middle of the stage and sat down leisurely. In the haze, it seemed that the zither master raised her eyes and looked at Chu Yang. The gauze was gently closed, and under the lingering smoke, it was impossible to see her face clearly. Only a pair of cold and clear eyes could be seen, like a cold pond in autumn, bottomless. Then a faint smell of sandalwood slowly spread out. The hall was silent. Everyone's eyes were quietly looking at the seemingly illusory figure. In front of the zither, an infinitely beautiful figure sat upright. Then a ding sound was heard. The zither strings were slowly plucked, and a zither sound came from afar. This zither sound seemed to come from the heavens. It was subtle but holy and noble. It was as if with just a gentle pluck of the zither, all the troubles of the world, all the vicissitudes of the world, all the matters of the world, all became fleeting clouds and smoke. Everything became ethereal. The zither's sound was faint and slowly spread out like smoke. It slowly floated out and gradually filled the entire hall. Chu Yang slightly closed his eyes. His mind was involuntarily immersed in this beautiful zither sound. Before coming here, Chu Yang had never thought that a piece of music could have such great magical power. But now he believed it. It was just a prelude, but it was as if it had endless magical power, causing his heart to flutter along with it. Softly, a voice came from the stage. It was faintly discernible and said indifferently, "This song is called Reincarnation." The faint zither sound suddenly disappeared, but it seemed to still be reverberating. In an instant, the zither sound was even more subtle and slowly spread out again. This time, it was a completely different feeling from before. Chu Yang seemed to see himself appearing in this world from nothing. A gentle hand hugged him. Then, in the next moment, he found himself in a world of ice and snow. The scenes of his previous life flashed through his mind like this, and no matter how big or small they were, no matter how small they were, endless thoughts came and swept through Chu Yang's body and mind in an instant. Chapter 209. The sound of the zither. The sound of the zither was faint. It was obviously a soft sound, but in everyone's heart, it stirred up a monstrous thunder. Everyone followed the sound of the zither and fell into a wonderful state. Chu Yang's heart was as calm as water, but it was as if he was standing at the side of a bystander, quietly watching his own life. His heart and soul were broken. His liver and guts were cut to pieces. When he was young, beyond the heavens, sect burned fiercely. Meng Chao ran, dressed in white and wielding a sword, came and went amidst the raging fire. His face was calm in despair, but he pressed himself down and buried himself under the corpses, preserving a bit of life for himself. Walking out of beyond the heavens sect, he had no one to rely on. First, he had no experience, so he easily trusted others and almost lost his life. Fleeing in a sorry state, the journey was filled with dust. Time after time, he was schemed against by others. Time after time, he was chased by others. Time after time, he escaped from death. This caused his heart to gradually become cold, hard, and emotionless, cultivating in seclusion in the mountains, coming to iron cloud. The flames of war filled the sky, moving unhindered in Jianghu, killing people for their goods, starting the road of the poisonous sword revered martial artist. That road was filled with a reign of terror, leaving behind a trail of corpses and the bleakness of his apathetic departure. He was not heartless. When he killed the first person, he vomited for 3 days. "But if I don't kill people, they will kill me." In the vast world, he had no relatives. Only he could carve out this road of blood, a road of life. Until that day, he found a purple bamboo forest, evoking memories of his childhood. He lingered there, forgetting to go home. But then he met a woman in red. What kind of woman was she? Graceful and graceful, a heavenly fragrance, weak and delicate, but strong and proud, with a light sadness covering her body, yet elegant and noble. Every movement of her hand, every movement, they were all top-notch. She was like a fairy, quietly standing in front of him. He still remembered that conversation. "May I ask your name?" "My surname is Mo Ching Wu." Good name." "Is it?" Mo Ching Wu's beautiful eyes were bleak, muttering, "My mother once said—" "What?" "A daughter's heart. Mo Ching Wu. A daughter's heart, Mo Ching Wu." At that time, Chu Yang thoughtfully said, "Your mother is really a person." Ching Wu, with the surname Mo in front, the meaning was completely different. A girl's heart should not dance so easily. If you dance lightly, you will surely be despised by others. This was a name and also a warning from Mo Ching Wu's mother to her daughter. It also contained a mother's vision for her daughter's beautiful future. What a coincidence! You came to the purple bamboo forest again. I like purple bamboo. Emo Chingu smiled gently, concealing the naivety in her eyes. Purple bamboo. My favorite and warmest color when I was young was purple. It's really unforgettable. Really? Haha, me too. I still remember when I was young. I grew up in a purple bamboo forest. Later on, the people were gone, and the purple bamboo was gone too. Their voices were faint, but both of them could hear the nostalgia and melancholy in each other's voices. Both of them were able to sense the intense unwillingness and hatred in each other's hearts. Both of them knew that each other was filled with worries. But at that time, Chu Yang didn't know. Now he knew. Emo Ching Wu liked the purple bamboo because of her second brother's purple jade flute when she was young. Brother Chu, you're here again. Back then it was like a dream. The purple bamboo is where my heart is. If I don't come to see it, I will always feel that my heart is missing something. Yes, me too, Brother Chu, if you come again next time. Can you still meet me so coincidentally? Why? Nothing. Emo Ching Wu smiled. Chu Yang closed his eyes, separated by two reincarnations. He seemed to have seen Emo Ching Wu's smile back then. The purple bamboo swayed like the waves of the sea. Emo Ching Wu's red dress fluttered in the wind. In the purple bamboo forest, her beauty was unparalleled. That smile, there was no sorrow, but there was shyness and sweetness. Ching Wu, you should know that my heart has fallen for that smile of yours, right? Unfortunately, I didn't know. Ching Wu, you're here? What a coincidence. Yes, today is Chongyang. Ching Wu, would you like to have a drink with me? Yes, sure. Brother Chu. Chu Yang. Yes. Brother Chu, do you think my dance is good? I haven't seen it yet. Haha. After today's drink, the purple bamboo will bear witness. Little sister will dance for you. At that time, Emo Ching Wu's eyes were filled with sweetness, joy, and sorrow. The way she looked at him was filled with tenderness. Her red sleeves fluttered gently. Chu Yang only felt that at that moment the heaven and earth warehouse was filled with a beautiful red color, and a graceful figure, like an immortal, stepped on the moon. Blue smoke gently dances in the desert, purple bamboo in the vast sea and horizon. A lifetime of one dance, one person to appreciate. A lifetime of one dance, a lifetime of one dance. Emo Ching Wu's beautiful voice seemed to be playing again. The sound of the zither in the hall slowly rose, as if it was twisting and turning, suddenly rising up, following which a resounding sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Everyone's hearts thumped heavily, and Chu Yang's heart also suddenly shook at this moment. It seemed that fate had reversed at this moment. Chu Yang, don't go! I want to avenge my master, avenge my brothers. I have to go. Chu Yang, you're so cruel. Chu Yang, will you come back? I don't know either. Chu Yang, I finally found you. Are you still the same? Come back with me? Come back with me, okay? Chu Yang, I'm afraid. I've been feeling very uneasy these days. Chu Yang, your heart, is it really as hard as stone? I've long lost my heart. At that time, Chu Yang thought of the ruins of Beyond the Heavens sect, the ground full of corpses, the thick hatred, cutting off emotions, destroying emotions, cultivating the way of the sword, and taking revenge. But he didn't notice, or rather, he didn't dare to look at Emo Ching Wu's heartbroken eyes. Emo Ching Wu left heartbroken after a long while. Chu Yang suddenly became irritated, as if something bad was happening. Thinking of Emo Ching Wu, who had just left, Chu Yang became even more restless. Somehow, Emo Ching Wu seemed to be calling out to him softly. Chu Yang, save me, Chu Yang. You're so cruel. Chu Yang, I want to see you again. Chu Yang, I miss you. Chu Yang's figure shot out like lightning, and his black figure quickly chased after her. At that time, he didn't know why he was chasing, and he didn't know what he was chasing, But after chasing for dozens of miles, he found Mo Qingwu besieged by people, and she was seriously injured and dying at that time. Chuyang only felt that his heart was about to explode. He screamed and rushed forward, almost losing his mind as he chopped those people into pieces. Mo Qingwu's last moment in his arms. But her face was full of despair and happiness. Chuyang, you haven't hugged me like this for a long time. I'm so happy. Don't move. Let me see you. Look at you. I'm not in pain, really not in pain. Chuyang, if there's a next life, if I can meet you again, I hope you can take a good look at me. I'm prettier than a sword. Chuyang, hold me tight. Hold me tight. I want to be held by you forever. Chuyang, to be able to die in your arms. I'm very satisfied. I have no regrets at the last moment, after all I saw you. If there's a next life, her eyes were full of longing and longing. But they froze at that moment. Her eyes were still full of love as she looked at Chuyang's face. But they had already lost their liveliness. But that deep love in her eyes had become eternal. Chuyang let out a heavy breath, as if he had also spat out his own heart. But he realized that the zither music had already ended. At this moment in the hall, no matter who it was, they were all either deep in thought, sighing or looking lost. Not a single sound was heard. Gu Dexing sat beside Chuyang, his eyes moist. He also thought of that person who had sacrificed so much for him. Gu Miaoling, everyone had their own encounters. This song made Chuyang experience the sadness of his previous life again. But what others experienced was also the grievance, anger, sorrow, and infatuation of their own lives. This reincarnation song was like a baptism and purification of life. What a beautiful song. Chuyang sighed softly in his heart. The zither master's reputation is well deserved. However, this reincarnation song was still broken. It was broken. Chuyang's evaluation. Chuyang did not know much about music. In his previous life, Mo Qingwu liked to dance. Since ancient times, there was no distinction between dance and music. Chuyang naturally came into contact with some music knowledge. This reincarnation song, although Chuyang was not a music master, but he was the only one who understood this song, because only he had truly tasted the taste of reincarnation. The so-called reincarnation was at least 2 lives. Only then could it barely be called reincarnation. But this song, Chuyang only recalled his previous life. He did not recall this period of time in this life. But according to his state of mind at that time, it was clearly possible. But the zither music was broken here. So Chuyang said that it was broken. The hall was completely silent. Only the gigantic furnace in the middle of the hall was flickering, emitting an endless amount of heat. After a long time, there was a burst of thunderous applause. The zither music sounded twice, as if it was thanking him. Mr. Chu, you can ask me 3 questions about music. If I can't answer them, I'll have a long talk with Mr. Chu, and we'll have dinner together. The indifferent voice came from the zither master. Chuyang chuckled and calmed his heart. He said, before the zither master, who dares to talk about music? However, regarding this song, I do have a few questions to ask Miss Xiao Lu. Oh, Miss Xiao Lu's voice clearly showed a bit of interest. This reincarnation song directly entered everyone's heart, regardless of wealth or poverty, good or bad. It can be seen that Miss Xiao Lu's experience in the world of mortals is very successful. But what? Miss Xiao Lu asked. But this song seems to be only half a song. Miss Xiao Lu, why is that? Chuyang asked indifferently. Chapter 210. When Chuyang said this, Miss Xiao Lu seemed to be shocked. She did not say anything for a long time. The people below immediately burst into an uproar. Where did this bumpkin come from? He dares to say that such a beautiful zither sound is broken? Incomplete? A young man in white sneered. Do you understand? That's right. No matter if it's in terms of artistic conception or the length of the song. This is a complete song. Lien Fan Lei's lips curled up as he looked at this bumpkin, who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He said meaningfully, "This brother Chu, I'm afraid you have never heard such a beautiful song before? Do you really think that the music of the shepherd boy in the mountains and the funeral in the countryside is the best song of all time?" Ha ha ha. The group of people suddenly burst into laughter. This guy is just a frog at the bottom of a well. He has only seen the sky. The group of playboys laughed without restraint. Zhang! The sound of the zither suddenly rang out, and the noise in the hall suddenly stopped. The sound of the zither was intense and decisive. Even those who did not understand music could tell that Miss Xiao Lu was angry. This bumpkin had spoken rudely and had indeed angered the beauty. Everyone began to take pleasure in his misfortune. This song, under everyone's anticipation, Miss Xiao Lu slowly opened her mouth, is indeed incomplete. This is because when I was composing this song, I had a dream. It was ethereal and illusory, as if someone had told me that this was my heart. After I woke up, I immediately put on my clothes and composed this song. However, the dream was a sudden awakening. When I was about to write the last part of the song, I suddenly felt that I could not continue. Therefore, this song is only half a song. For a long time, I have been brooding over this, but I wonder how Duke Chu was able to tell. This song is indeed incomplete. It is only half a song. These few words caused the group of playboys to feel as if they had been struck by lightning. They felt dizzy and were tongue-tied. They did not expect that Miss Xiao Lu would actually admit to this bumpkin's words. They had just been mocking him. But Miss Xiao Lu's words were like a slap to their faces. The slaps were very loud and clear. This was especially true for Lian Fanlei. This guy could be considered a knowledgeable person and was somewhat proficient in music. At this moment, he felt a burning sensation on his face. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. "How did you figure it out?" "Haha, I just figured it out." Chu Yang smiled faintly. Miss Xiao Lu pondered for a moment before saying, "If that's the case, the first question is passed. Brother, please ask the second question." "The second problem is still the inadequacy of this song," Chu Yang said in a clear voice. This question caused another round of commotion. Everyone listened to this song. It was perfect. This fellow actually pointed out the problems one after another. This fellow is simply crazy. However, after the previous face slapping, everyone was very tactful and did not raise any questions at this time. They just waited for him to continue. "Oh, please enlighten us." Miss Xiao Lu's voice was very modest, but this was not an act. She was sincerely asking for advice, and everyone could hear this. Yes, music has always been about being joyful without being obscene, mournful without being hurt. That's the best. In a person's life, no matter how difficult it is, there will always be joys and sorrows, sweet and bitter. Chu Yang said faintly, "Even the most despicable person, even if he can't live anymore, he will still experience joy and happiness in his life, even if it is only for a moment. Even the most noble person, even the most powerful person, he will still experience hardship and hardship in his life. No one can be an exception to this." Behind the curtain, Miss Xiao Lu nodded slightly and pondered. Mrs. Song is very moving and captivating. However, it is filled with sorrow. Mournful without being hurt, this point is achieved. However, since it is reincarnation, there will always be joy and sorrow. However, this was the only thing that was lacking in Mrs. Music. However, without this point, there is no meaning in reincarnation. Chu Yang said softly, "Therefore, I think that this song should be changed. What does Miss Xiao Lu think?" Yes. This time, Miss Xiao Lu did not wait. Instead, she directly spoke and praised. Duke Chu's understanding of music really makes Xiao Lu gasp in amazement. I hope that Duke Chu can leave behind some valuable suggestions and discuss with Xiao Lu how to improve it. What do you think? When these words were said, Lien Fan Lei's eyes immediately shot out a jealous light. Leave behind some suggestions. Discuss methods. How can such a method be discussed in a day or two? If the discussion continues, these two people discuss in bed, then wouldn't I be wearing a green hat? Yes, this guy hasn't even chased her yet, and he is already thinking about the green hat. Yes, this discussion can be discussed later. Right now, I will raise a third question. Chu Yang said faintly, "Please speak, Duke Chu." Miss Xiao Lu's voice had already become respectful. This young duke had raised two questions that were already worthy of her attention. It was definitely not simple. As the saying goes, the zither music comes from the hands, and the hands come from the heart, and the heart comes from the soul. Miss Xiao Lu's zither music is wholeheartedly devoted to it. Her skills are even more outstanding, and the zither on the table is the best zither in history. This combination is already at the peak of perfection. There's no more perfect combination in the world. The only thing missing is the sound of the soul. Miss Xiao Lu sighed faintly. Yes, Chu Yang said. After a long silence, a voice came from behind the curtain. It seemed that Miss Xiao Lu's mind was wandering, and her fingers were unconsciously plucking the zither strings. Serve tea in the palace. Xiao Lu wants to ask Duke Chu for advice alone. Miss Xiao Lu thought for a long time before softly instructing. Yes, a pretty maidservant beside her replied. Chu Yang stood up and said faintly, "You guys wait for me here. However, I don't think you will be lonely." As he spoke, his eyes looked meaningfully at the group of men who were filled with righteous indignation, and he chuckled softly. This was a disdainful smile. In Iron Cloud Citadel, even Tai Butian could only sulk in front of this king of Hell Chu, let alone these small fries. Chu Yang did not care at all. If they did not have some value, Chu Yang would not even look at them. As for Lien Fan Lei was just a fart. No, in Chu Yang's eyes, he was not even a fart. A fart could still stink for a while, but he was just a dead body that could stink for a while. Don't worry, I will control myself. Gu Duxing smiled coldly and said, "I will not delay your plan." He knew that if Chu Yang gave him such a special order, there must be a reason. He also realized that no matter what Chu Yang did, it was always a chain of events, one linked to another, and it would continue to extend. Ever since he met Chu Yang did not do anything casually. Everything had a deep meaning behind it. Gu Duxing naturally would not recklessly ruin Chu Yang's plans. Therefore, even with Luo Kudi and GMO, these two hotheads here, Chu Yang was not worried about leaving Gu Duxing behind. That's good. Chu Yang took a step forward and followed behind the white-clothed maid, walking in neither fast nor slow. Behind them, Luo Kadi was so excited that he almost screamed. Ayaya, I finally finished playing the piano. There are so many beauties here. Let's all do a striptease and sing 18 touches. Chu Yang staggered and almost fell down headfirst. Immediately after, he heard 3 curses. Pig! You pig! You stupid pig! They came from Gu Duxing, GMO, and Ji Butong's mouths. Immediately after, there was a series of bangs and Luo Kudi screams. Ji Mo's voice was very flattering. Okay, beautiful sisters, don't be angry. I have already helped you teach him a lesson. Haha, this pervert is simply unbearable. Don't worry, if he makes another sound, I'll hit him. Ah, pretty girl, no matter what, I'm still your flower protector. How about it? Everyone give me a kiss. Imagining Jimo's pouting face, Chu Yang quickened his steps and turned a corner. Only when he could no longer hear them did he wipe his sweat. Boss Chu regretted bringing these two guys out. Of course, he did not have to worry about their safety, but it was really embarrassing. Grand Duke Chu, please. Arriving in front of an elegant room, the maid bowed. Miss Xiao Lu is waiting inside. Chu Yang nodded and quietly looked around. He saw that this abode was located on the top floor of the 3rd floor. There were a few embroidered buildings on all four sides. They were like stars surrounding the moon, perfectly protecting every corner of this abode. This was the most brilliant defensive formation. It is indeed extraordinary. Chu Yang gently knocked on the door. Grand Duke Chu, please come in. A calm voice came from inside. Thank you. Chu Yang pushed the door open and stepped in with one foot. He paused and stepped in with the other foot. His whole person appeared in the room and stopped in front of the door, quietly standing there for a moment. As he stepped in, Chu Yang clearly felt a fierce and unbridled aura locking onto him. This aura was unscrupulous and lawless. It was as if as long as someone offended him, even if it was an emperor with millions of soldiers protecting him, he would still kill him in one strike, and he would not care about any consequences. This kind of aura reminded Chu Yang of Gu Duxing in his previous life. The only time he saw Gu Duxing in his previous life, this lonely guest had such a fierce and unbridled, murderous aura. At that time, Gu Duxing was a king-level master, peak level, king's sword, solitary traveler in the secular world. Not long after that meeting, the news of Gu Duxing successfully breaking through to emperor level spread. Who is this person? How can he have such a strong aura? Chapter 211. After a while, that aura finally dissipated. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He smiled at Miss Xiao Lu, who was sitting behind the zither table, and said, "Can I come in?" "I'm sorry. Grand Duke Chu, this is my guard. He is a bit sensitive. Haha, please come in and sit." Miss Xiao Lu stood up with an apologetic face. Miss Xiao Lu's figure was beautiful, but her face was only of the highest quality. She was definitely not a peerless beauty, but there was a strange aura of comfort around her that made people's hearts calm down upon seeing her. Her every move, even her words, or the slight movement of her eyebrows, was filled with gentleness and gentleness. Everyone, as long as they saw her, would definitely have the same first impression. Gentleness. It was gentleness. Miss Xiao Lu is truly an extraordinary woman. You are worthy of being called the Zither Master. Chu Yang's gaze was calm and full of admiration. However, his expression was serious without any frivolity. There was only praise from the bottom of his heart, but it did not give people the feeling of flattery. This trip was to negotiate. If one was too arrogant, it would not work. If one tried to flatter, it would be even worse. Neither servile nor overbearing, it was just right. This was the way of a king. Minister Chu is indeed Minister Chu. Miss Xiao Lu chuckled meaningfully. Miss is truly an expert. Chu Yang was not surprised. With the strength of the House of Exceptional Beauties, it would be strange if they did not know his true identity. Just like when he faced Diwu Qingro, Chu Yang could only confuse ordinary people, but he knew in his heart that he could not confuse Diwu Qingro. His advantage was distance. The distance was too far. Diwu Qingro would not personally come to deal with him. If Diwu Qingro's position was like that of the House of Exceptional Beauties, Chu Yang believed that even if he was reborn 10,000 times, he would still end up as a corpse. There must be something important for Minister Chu to come here. Miss Xiao Lu quietly poured tea and said softly, "However, no matter what it is, let's talk about music first." She smiled sweetly and said, "The 3 questions raised by the minister have raised my daughter's heart. If the minister can't appease her, I'm afraid that no matter what we discuss, we won't be able to reach a conclusion." Chu Yang laughed out loud and said, "I already knew this, but I really didn't expect such a gentle girl to be so strong." Miss Xiao Lu pursed her lips and smiled. "No matter how strong he is, he can't compare to King of Hell Chu's fierce reputation." "Huh." Chu Yang laughed. "May I ask the minister how to solve the first problem?" Miss Xiao Lu was somewhat impatient with this problem. It is the problem of the first half of the song. How can the second half be composed? This question was easy to answer, but also difficult to answer. Personally, I would rather Miss Xiao Lu never compose the second half of the song. That would be a good thing. Chu Yang frowned and cautiously said, "Oh, why is that?" Miss Xiao Lu frowned and asked in confusion, "What is reincarnation? From life to death. And then from death to life, that's a reincarnation." Chu Yang said cautiously, "Reincarnation is life and death." "Miss Yu, I haven't died once." Miss Xiao Lu pondered. "Since I haven't died, I can't compose a complete reincarnation, because I don't know what it feels like. Therefore, I can't compose it. But if I die once, haha, how can I compose it when I'm dead? So, the song of reincarnation will never appear." Miss Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with deep unwillingness. Life and death are not things that only death can understand. Chu Yang said quietly, just as he finished speaking, that sharp aura suddenly appeared again. In an instant, Chu Yang felt his mouth and nose freeze. He couldn't speak and he couldn't breathe. The person in the dark clearly didn't want him to speak. Miss Xiao Lu's eyes flashed as if she understood something. If that's the case, then reincarnation. It's fine if it doesn't exist. Minister Chu, let's continue with the next problem. That aura suddenly disappeared. Chu Yang smiled bitterly in his heart. This Miss Xiao Lu was an extremely intelligent person. Even though he didn't finish speaking, she already knew what he meant. Even though that person tried to stop him, he was still one step too late. Miss Xiao Lu said that she gave up, but her eyes told Chu Yang that she would never give up. That was a kind of extreme passion for music. The second problem is about the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the song. Miss Xiao Lu frowned and said, "I've thought about it, and I feel that Minister Chu's words are somewhat unreasonable." "Oh, music is a simple expression of emotion. Since it's a sad song, mixing in joy and sorrow is like mixing a spoonful of vinegar into a jar of good wine. It loses the integrity of the music. Similarly, a joyful song is the same." Miss Xiao Lu frowned. "Wrong. Miss Xiao Lu's words are very wrong," Chu Yang said seriously. "Oh, how is it very wrong?" Miss Xiao Lu frowned. "Music is a simple expression of emotion, so it's inferior." Chu Yang smiled and brought out Mo Ching Wu's theory from his previous life. Mo Ching Wu had never danced or sung lightly. However, her music was not inferior to anyone in this world. On the contrary, because Mo Ching Wu's life was full of twists and turns and was too sad, Mo Ching Wu's understanding of life was particularly deep. Therefore, her understanding of music was also very human-like. And this theory was something that Mo Ching Wu had pondered for a long time in his previous life before suddenly coming to a realization. Even though Miss Xiao Lu was a zither master, she was still young. How could she have experienced Mo Ching Wu's hardships? A piece of music should not be used to express emotions, but to use a different method to tell a story. As you play, let the audience feel the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the story. Chu Yang said quietly, "You don't have to open your mouth to say anything, nor do you have to make any introduction to this story. But you can let anyone who hears the song understand in which part of the song, the meeting, the parting, the sadness, the anger, and the death, and let the people who hear it be able to tell the entire story based on their own understanding." Miss Xiao Lu sat upright and still. Her expression was serious as she silently pondered over Chu Yang's words and every word. This kind of attitude, this kind of respect, only appeared in front of her teacher, the real zither master. But at this moment, Miss Xiao Lu felt that the person in front of her was Minister Chu, who was younger than her. He was worthy of such treatment. What he said seemed inconceivable at first, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was infinitely profound. But if she wanted to reach the level he talked about, how much effort would she have to put in? But everyone has their own heart, and people's hearts are different. How can I make them say the story that I want to express? Of course it's different. Different people have different experiences and different states of mind. If a story is written by one person, it may be inspirational. But if another person writes it, it may be about growth. If another person writes it, it may be about relaxation and humor. Then, if another person writes it, it may be about the rise and fall of a dynasty. Chu Yang said softly. Or if someone writes it, it may be tasteless. Or if someone writes it, it may make people think about it. Or if someone writes it, it may be magnificent. Or if someone writes it, it may be sentimental. But you have to remember that the world's matters are always the same. Chu Yang said casually, if a story is written by 10,000 people, it will still be the same story, and there will not be any changes. I think. I understand a little. Miss Xiao Lu pondered and nodded slightly. When music reaches the peak, it can control a person's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. When you want someone to cry, they will cry. When you want someone to smile, they will involuntarily reveal a knowing smile. All changes are in your heart. And you, although you are called the Zither Master, you should be. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, there is still an unreachable distance. Yes. Miss Xiao Lu respectfully poured tea. For Chu Yang, I understand. Big brother, please enlighten me. Yes, from Minister Chu to Big Brother Chu, this was a huge change. It was also a fundamental change in attitude. This meant that this Zither Master was already somewhat convinced. You are welcome. I also hope that I can leave my mark on the path of a talented Zither player to the peak. Chu Yang said calmly, you must know that this is also my supreme glory. Miss Xiao Lu pursed her lips and smiled. Big brother Chu really knows how to talk. You obviously know that you are flattering me, but you still make me feel proud. Chu Yang laughed and said thoughtfully, don't tell me you still need to be flattered. Everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Big brother Chu Fu, which aspect of music are you good at? Miss Xiao Lu smiled and said, do I have the good fortune to listen to Big brother Chu play a song? Chu Yang suddenly became embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. Ah, Lu, you are poking at my sore spot. You are making your big brother ashamed. I am just an armchair strategist. I can move my mouth, but if you let me play cough cough, you will feel sorry for your zither. Haha. Miss Xiao Lu smiled sweetly. Moreover, he had used a helpless tone to say Alu. This was a nickname that only people who were very close to each other could use. So, he had unknowingly closed the distance between the two of them. Moreover, he had said Alu in a helpless tone. Moreover, it did not make Miss Xiao Lu feel disgusted. On the contrary, she felt that his helpless and awkward expression was cute and intimate. If that is the case, then I will not make things difficult for Big Brother Chu Yang. Miss Xiao Lu playfully rolled her eyes and smiled. Chapter 212. At this moment, Miss Xiao Lu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity from the bottom of her heart. It was as if the man in front of her was really her own brother. No matter what she did, he would only spoil her and spoil her. This feeling had nothing to do with the feelings between men and women, but it was more of a blood connection than the feelings between men and women. For a moment, her eyes couldn't help but become much warmer. Brother Chu Yang, then, what about the third question? When Miss Xiao Lu said this, even she didn't realize that there was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. The third question requires good tea, good wine, and he... Chu Yang leaned back and crossed his legs. He shook his legs and said, this question is very difficult to solve. He actually acted as if he was in his own home and spoke in a bureaucratic tone. If Minister Chu was like this from the beginning, Miss Xiao Lu would have definitely driven him out. But now that he was joking, Miss Xiao Lu bit her lips and glared at him. Then she couldn't help but laugh and said angrily, Stupid. I've heard that this place has good wine, good dishes, and good tea, and waha. Chu Yang snorted. He cast a sidelong glance at her and said in a strange tone, I say, little girl, you want to rely on your glib tongue to take out all the cards of this elder brother's hand? Isn't this too much? Okay. Miss Xiao Lu used a helpless tone and said with a smile, Uncle Chu, then I will properly serve you. Don't. Please don't. Chu Yang waved his hand in horror. I still haven't found a wife. Stupid. You wish. Miss Xiao Lu angrily stomped her feet. She turned her head and walked away angrily. After taking 2 steps, she turned back and said, Wait here, I will brew some tea for you. While I am at it, I will also prepare some food and wine for this young master, okay? That's more like it. Chu Yang said arrogantly with his nose pointed to the sky. The 2 of them laughed at the same time, and the atmosphere instantly became harmonious. Miss Xiao Lu laughed until her waist bent. She felt that she had not been this happy in a long time. She pouted her lips and pretended to be angry as she muttered, You are younger than me, yet you have the cheek to call yourself older brother. You are truly shameless. He walked out. Soon, fragrant tea, wine, and dishes were served one after another. There were 8 exquisite small plates, and a small pot of exquisite wine. Chu Yang's appetite was whetted. Without any hesitation, he ate and drank like a whirlwind. Before Miss Xiao Lu could even move her chopsticks, the table was already a mess. In the end, Minister Chu held the chopsticks in one hand and the wine jug in the other. He simply threw the chopsticks to the side and directly poured the wine into his mouth. With a whoosh sound, the wine in the jug was completely gone. He then lifted the teapot and began to drink wildly. Putting it down, he wiped his mouth and sighed in satisfaction. So satisfying. I didn't even eat breakfast just to wait for this meal. Miss Xiao Lu looked at the 8 empty plates in front of her. They were even cleaner than if they had been carefully washed. She was stupefied and flabbergasted. At this time, the chopsticks in her hand had not moved at all. In other words, she did not eat a single mouthful. There was no wine, no dishes, and no tea this speed, I say. Minister Chu, could it be that His Majesty does not allow you to eat? Miss Xiao Lu was flabbergasted as she shouted, Hey, how can this official's food be better than my little sister's? Chu Yang sighed and said, It seems that I will have to come more often in the future. In any case, I am now a distinguished guest. Please don't. If you come more often, our house of exceptional beauties will be closed because of you. Miss Xiao Lu raised her hand and made a gesture of surrender. The 2 laughed at the same time. They both felt as if they had known each other for decades. The mouth of those who eat others is soft, and the hand of those who receive others is short. Hey, since I have already eaten and drunk, it would be unreasonable to just leave like that. Chu Yang pretended to sigh and said, The 3rd question, As for the 3rd question, Lu, why don't you play the song, Happy Reunion, for me now? Chu Yang grinned. Why can't I play? Miss Xiao Lu happily jumped up. With a face full of smiles, she sat in front of the zither table and said with a charming smile, Listen carefully. Her voice was like a little girl showing off in front of her big brother. Okay, the sound of the zither cheerfully sounded. It was happy meeting again. The sound of the zither flowed smoothly and revealed incomparable joy. It was as if a pair of close friends had finally met after a long time and had endless things to talk about. They were so happy that they could not contain themselves. In the process of playing, Miss Xiao Lu even closed her eyes with a sweet smile on her face. She was completely relaxed. Her fingers moved nimbly and her body swayed along with the music. The song ended. What a good song! Happy meeting again! Chu Yang applauded and praised. How was it? Miss Xiao Lu proudly puffed out her chest. Very good. This is the best song I have ever heard. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. This song is complete. Zither sound, zither skill, hand feel, heart music, soul music. They are all filled to the brim. He chuckled and said, "Little girl, now do you know what soul music is?" Miss Xiao Lu was startled. She closed her eyes and carefully thought about it. She seemed to have understood something and said, "So that's how it is. You are a great master of music. You can put your heart into the music. Of course, this is already the peak for an ordinary zither master. But for a zither master like you, it is far from enough." Chu Yang slowly said, "Alu, you have to move yourself first." "I understand." Miss Xiao Lu happily jumped up and down. She was so excited that her eyes shined and said, "Big brother Chu Yang, thank you." "Ah, I accept your thanks." Chu Yang laughed. "You have to remember that putting your heart into the music is different from putting your soul into it. Putting your soul into it is completely different. Putting everything into it, you are the zither. Yes, putting everything into it, I am the zither." Miss Xiao Lu's eyes shined. After putting everything into it, the next step. Chu Yang slowly said, word by word, "Transcending it again is another realm. Transcending it again." Miss Xiao Lu was completely stunned. Zither and martial arts in this world, no matter which field it is, there is no limit. Chu Yang slowly said, "In this world, there will never be a true peak. There will never be a true regret." Miss Xiao Lu carefully pondered over these words and became dazed. After a long time, Miss Xiao Lu finally regained her senses. She gently sat down and regained her composure. She softly said, "Big brother Chu Yang, you came to the House of Exceptional Beauties today for a reason, right?" Chu Yang nodded and calmly said, "Yes, there is indeed a matter. I want to ask you for a favor." "You helped me a lot." Miss Xiao Lu calmly said, "No matter what you want me to help you with, just say it." "No." Chu Yang shook his head. "I did not help you. With your perception, you will understand this principle sooner or later." He raised his hand to stop Miss Xiao Lu from speaking and solemnly said, "Moreover, even if I helped you, I did not come here to exchange conditions with you. This kind of exchange, even if I helped you, would be an insult to music. It would also be an insult to me." Chu Yang's expression revealed a trace of melancholy and confusion. He slowly said, "This is the point of view of the person closest to me, and it is not mine. She is not in this world. Therefore, I want her theory to be able to shake the world and surpass everyone. From this point of view, you are the one who helped me." Chu Yang bitterly said. Miss Xiao Lu was moved. She could feel the helplessness and sadness in Chu Yang's words. This kind of deep emotion could even make her feel the same way. She believed that this was absolutely not a lie. No one could lie like this. "Is this friend your—" "She is the most important person in my life." Chu Yang bitterly smiled and bitterly said, "I hope that this theory can help you and give you inspiration. I hope that you can ascend to the throne of the world's #1. It is also equivalent to fulfilling my wish. As for her name," Chu Yang murmured, "it can only be in my heart." Miss Xiao Lu looked at him without blinking. After a long time, she smiled and said, "I will definitely be able to do it." Her voice was firm and resolute, as if she was making a promise. "Thank you." Chu Yang sincerely said, "Haha, now you should say it, right?" Miss Xiao Lu gently smiled. "What do you need my help with? I will think about it and see if I can help." Next year, you are going to leave a province, right?" "Yes." "Perhaps I will need your help at that time, but I need you to start preparing now." Chu Yang slowly said, "At that time, we will meet in a province. I need you to prepare a few identities for me to hide and use." "No problem," Miss Xiao Lu said with certainty. "Even though we are not allowed to participate in the struggle for power in the lower 3 heavens, it is easy to cover for you. Diwu Qingro would not dare to do anything to us." Once Chu Yang opened his mouth, she knew what he wanted to do. "Thank you," Chu Yang said seriously. Naturally, national affairs cannot be done casually. The support of House of Exceptional Beauties would determine the success or failure of this trip. "No need to thank me," Miss Xiao Lu said calmly and then smiled. "I am not making a deal." "Huh." Chu Yang laughed and could not help but touch her nose. "You little girl!" Miss Xiao Lu's smile was filled with warmth. She felt as if she really had a brother who cared for her. It was a feeling of happiness and warmth. I really don't know. What is your full name?" Chu Yang scratched his head in distress. "I am not a good brother. I don't even know my little sister's name. What a failure. Haha, you are always mischievous." Miss Xiao Lu laughed cheerfully. "My name is Jun Lu Lu. Do you remember it?" "Jun Lu Lu. Ah, good name." "We are bamboo. Brother Chu Yang, do you know bamboo?" Miss Xiao Lu playfully tilted her head. Chapter 213. Green bamboo is the master of heaven and earth. You are an elegant scholar, so you should cherish your bamboo. When the green bamboo moves, dragons and tigers appear. When the green bamboo is angry, heaven and earth will be turned upside down. Chu Yang was shocked. He took a deep breath and said, "So it's you guys, Jun Shiju's people. Black Devil Dark Bamboo, lone guest. Dark Bamboo, Jun Shiju, the mysterious woman who controlled all the dark forces in the lower three heavens. Jun Shiju's people." Although Chu Yang felt that he had overestimated the origin of the House of Exceptional Beauties, he didn't expect it to be dark bamboo. How big was the lower three heavens? Chu Yang didn't know, but he knew that even if it was smaller than the lower three heavens, it wouldn't be that small. Moreover, according to the order of lower three heavens, the upper three heavens should be bigger than the lower three heavens. In the lower three heavens, all the big clans had their own territories. However, there were also countless dark forces. The lower three heavens could be said to be in chaos. It was a complete Jianghu. However, there were rules. All the big clans didn't invade each other and had their own alliances. Although the dark forces were unruly, they also had their own circles. And the dark forces of the lower three heavens had the Monarch Bamboo Union as their alliance leader. The Monarch Bamboo League was a homonym of Monarch League. It was dark bamboo. No one in the lower three heavens dared not to show respect to the Bamboo Monarch token. This was an abnormally powerful force. If it was only about the number of experts, the good and the bad were mixed. But if it was about the number of people, it was a C. Chu Yang remembered that in his previous life, 2 super clans of the three heavens had provoked Jun Shiju for some unknown reason. The result was that the Bamboo Monarch had issued a command, and the dark forces within the radius of several thousand miles had rushed over like a tidal wave. These 2 super clans had persevered for merely 7 days, and had vanished like smoke in thin air. Such a terrifying force. Chu Yang finally understood why the House of Exceptional Beauties cared so much about worldly things like gold and silver. Because the big clans might not care about these things, but the dark forces needed them. Brother Chu Yang also knows my sister's name? Jun Lulu was a bit surprised. She thought that her sister had never appeared in the lower three heavens, so Chu Yang shouldn't know. She didn't expect him to say it. Moreover, the 32 words of the Monarch Bamboo League only appeared last year. But Chu Yang had casually recited it. For a moment, he couldn't help but be surprised. He couldn't help but have doubts about Chu Yang's origin. Super strength, impressive female prestige. How could I not know? Chu Yang sighed softly. Jun Lulu's words made it clear that Jun Shiju had already grasped the power of the Monarch Bamboo Union. Chu Yang didn't expect it to be so early. He originally thought that since she was as famous as Gu Duxing and the others, she would naturally be around the same age. But now, It seemed that the boss of the Monarch Bamboo Union was older than he had imagined. Thinking about it again, he felt relieved. As long as the people of the three heavens reached the level of revered martial artist or above, they would generally live a long life. The people from 100 years ago would be equally famous as the people from 100 years later. That would not be strange at this moment. A maid ran in a panic and said, young miss, it's bad. There's a fight down there. It's Duke Chu's companions and Duke Lien's companions. Why? It's Master Lien and the others who have been picking on us," the maidservant stammered. "Ah." Jun Lu's expression became very strange. With King of Hell Chu's fierce reputation, it was already a blessing for him not to provoke these officials and clans in Iron Cloud Citadel. But these people actually took the initiative to provoke King of Hell Chu? This matter is too ridiculous, isn't it? Was this Lien Fan Lei's head filled with shit? Ah, Lu, it seems that we won't be able to eat dinner. Chu Yang smiled faintly. You still want to eat? Jun Lu rolled her eyes and said, Just now it was enough for you to not be hungry for 3 days. Chu Yang laughed and turned around to leave. It turned out that after Chu Yang went in, Lien Fan Lei and the others began to mock him out of jealousy. Under Gu Duxing suppression, GMO, Luo Kudi, and the others pretended not to hear anything. With their status, Lien Fan Lei was naturally ignored. Even if there were 100 Lien Fan Lei's clans added together, they still wouldn't be enough to make them angry. In Jimo's words, "You want me to personally kill you? Wouldn't that be giving you too much face?" Lien Fan Lei and the others were proud of themselves for cursing without using vulgarities. But after a while, the other side didn't respond at all. They couldn't help but feel bored, so they gave up on attacking. In this house of exceptional beauties, no one dared to be presumptuous. Then they started to drink their tea and talk loudly. However, this group of people started to talk about King of Hell Chu as they talked. Lien Fan Lei shamelessly said, "What King of Hell Chu? Haha, in my opinion, he is just SOSO. What superior intelligence? Who wouldn't be able to do something like that?" During this time, King of Hell Chu seemed to have fallen out of favor. When Lien Fan Lei said this, he was full of confidence. One of the youths cautiously said, "You can't say it like that. King of Hell Chu used his own intelligence to find so many traitors. This ability is admirable." Intelligence? Bullshit. Lien Fan Lei laughed and said, "Let's talk about that Li guy from the Imperial Censorate. Haha. Who doesn't know that he is corrupt and cares about people's lives? Is there even a need to investigate this? As long as he wants to do something, he will do it. Besides, there is also that one guy from the Ministry of Revenue. He exchanged hundreds of letters with Great Zhao. Who doesn't know about this? He actually gave all the credit to King of Hell Chu. In my opinion, King of Hell Chu is simply an idiot. And there is also someone who is in contact with Great Zhao's spies. Isn't this something that can be confirmed as long as someone is sent to investigate? How can you say that King of Hell Chu's intelligence is higher than the heavens? In my opinion, King of Hell Chu is simply an idiot." Ha! Lien Fan Lei's saliva was flying everywhere as he commented. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Turning around, he saw GMO holding his stomach and laughing with tears flowing down his face. "Ha ha ha! I really didn't expect this." GMO laughed wildly and said, "Everyone says that there are many idiots in the lower 3 heavens. I didn't believe it. So there really is such an idiot that makes people speechless. I'm really fucked up. Speak more clearly." Gu Duxing also couldn't help but laugh, but he still scolded him with an angry face. "I really can't help it. I can't." GMO held his stomach, his face twisted in pain. "It's true, second brother. I've seen many idiots, but this is the first time I've seen such an idiot who is so arrogant. Impudent." Lien Fan Lei's white face finally turned red. He said angrily This immortal. Are you talking about me? Fuck. He actually became smart in the blink of an eye. I said it so vaguely, but he actually understood. GMO was dumbfounded. This IQ really makes me speechless. Lien Fan Lei's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out. Sir, even if you want to insult someone, you should at least give a reason. If you don't have a reason, then don't blame me for being impolite. Reason, huh? GMO laughed loudly. Sir Lien, you're wantonly criticizing King of Hell Chu here. Do you know how laughable that is? Everything you said was written on the imperial ranking list, and you're using that as an excuse? Left you calling him a shit, right you calling him an idiot. You're really enjoying it. But what are you using to scold him? You're using the evidence that he investigated and announced to the world to scold him? Who's the idiot here? It's really hard to say. The person has already been caught, his head has already been chopped off, and all the evidence has already been announced to the world. You're smart now. Huh. GMO mercilessly mocked. There are loopholes here and there. You're really smart. Why don't you use that brain of yours that's been crushed, but not crushed? Think about it. All this evidence, if it were you, would you be able to do it? You would only be able to fart here after everyone else is done. How about Tai Butian? Tai Butian is known as the #1 genius of Iron Cloud Citadel. Before King of Hell Chu arrived, she could not do anything about these spies. You're smarter than Tai Butian? Why are you so awesome? If you're so awesome, why didn't Tai Butian use you? Why is Tai Butian so stupid? Lien Fan Lei's face was completely red. He was extremely angry, but in his anger he regained his composure. How could he dare to say that he was smarter than Tai Butian in front of everyone? That was the current emperor. Who are you? Lien Fan Lei asked with a dark face. Who am I? You don't deserve to know. GMO let out a long laugh. Especially a bastard like you, who picked up the wisdom of others and then attacked the original author. You don't deserve to know. Hearing this, if Lien Fan Lei could still control his temper, then he would be a saint. He no longer cared about the rules of the House of Exceptional Beauties and screamed, "Beat him! If he dies, I'll take responsibility." Beat him? GMO crossed his arms and sneered. You dare to beat people? Are you not afraid of the laws of Ironcloud Nation? Laws. In this place, the elders are the laws. Lien Fan Lei shouted angrily and urged, Go! Beat him! Beat him! The guards behind him stepped forward. The other guards were also unwilling to be left behind. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward. Stop! A cold voice said, Whoever fights in the House of Exceptional Beauties will die. These words were so loud that even the huge charcoal stove in the hall flickered twice. Dust fell from the roof of the pavilion. When we get out, I will teach you a lesson. Lien Fan Lei said ferociously, Little one, I will let you know what regret is. If you offend me, what will happen to you? Ayaya, I'm so scared. GMO crossed his arms and looked like a pitiful little girl who met a pervert. He even looked at them one by one. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Lien Fan Lei was fuming. At this time, Chu Yang came down from upstairs and said casually, You're already so old. Why are you wasting time with trash? Let's go. Feng Xian went out first and did not even look at Lien Fan Lei. Chapter 214. Watching Chu Yang leave, Jun Lulu sighed softly from upstairs and said, This Lien Fan Lei is really unlucky. To provoke King of Hell Chu at such a critical time, isn't he just looking for death? Originally, King of Hell Chu had already killed most of his people. During this period of time, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he was quiet for a while to give face to the new emperor. Now that the critical moment has passed, he was looking for someone to show off his power. He was not sure who he was looking for, but he directly sent his head to King of Hell Chu's butcher knife. Yes, if King of Hell Chu wants to go to Great Zhao, then in order to confuse Duwu Qingro, he must first create a huge disturbance in Iron Cloud Citadel to make Duwu Qingro think that he is still in Iron Cloud. This way, his actions in Great Zhao will be safer. Just the Lien clan alone cannot reach this level. There must be others. Another elegant voice said in a low voice. Ah, yes. Jun Lu turned around and returned to her room. She said, Duke Yu, in your opinion, this King of Hell Chu, what do you think? He can be considered a top character. Duke Yu, who had never shown himself, said in a low voice, however, this person is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Jun Lu frowned. On his body there is a dangerous aura. Duke Yu said casually, however, his current strength is too low to threaten us. Is it about going to Great Zhao? Jun Lu asked. Let's prepare 3 people for him. Duke Yu said casually, 3 young musicians, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them is surnamed Chu. The other 2 are not to be named. If needed, then use them. If not, then forget it. This is not a big deal. Good. However, our house of exceptional beauties cannot be used by him for nothing. When he comes back, we must make him pay a price. Duke Yu whispered, I heard that he has a few divine weapons. Ah Lu, why don't you take one and play with it? Divine weapon? Jun Lu revealed a startled expression. She suddenly smiled and said, Brother Yu, do you think she was just helping him out, and that she would take away his precious divine weapon? Duke Yu's words were very strange. Cough, cough. I'm going to cultivate. Duke, you didn't say anything else. Jun Lu's face revealed a trace of hidden bitterness as she muttered. It's like this every time. When we reach a certain point, he runs away. As the Minister of Revenue, Lord Lien Qingui had been extremely busy during this period of time. When he finally finished dealing with official matters, he straightened his back and hurriedly walked out to sit in a sedan chair and rush home. Along the way, his brows were furrowed and his mind was preoccupied. The deficit of the Ministry of Revenue was a huge hole. Although he had done everything flawlessly over the years, the new emperor had just ascended the throne. He had to be alert. If he was caught, his whole family would be finished. Fortunately, until now, the emperor still had a lot of trust in him. In the following period of time, he had to do something on the accounts and make up for some omissions. He also had to give some benefits to his subordinates to ensure that nothing went wrong. It would be best if he could make some political achievements. When he got home, before he could even sit down, his son, Lien Fanlei, rushed in and almost choked him to death. Father, I want to use a few shadow guards. What do you want to do? Lien Qingui staggered. How could a shadow guard be moved so casually? They were protecting the country's treasury. There's a brat who doesn't have eyes. I have to cripple him. Lien Fanlei gritted his teeth. Someone provoked you? Lien Qingui's lungs were about to explode from anger, but he still held it in and asked in detail. He had to know who it was that offended who, right? It was at the house of exceptional beauties, someone with the surname Chu. Lien Fanlei was so angry that he jumped up and down and quickly told him what happened. Lien Qingui was so angry that he almost fainted. He knew that his son was an idiot, but he didn't think that he was an idiot to this extent. Not only did he fight with someone in a brothel, he even had to use shadow guards for this. The old man was in danger every day. He was so scared that he almost couldn't breathe. He was afraid that there would be a loophole and he would become the new emperor's target. He didn't even dare to say a single word. His son actually provoked this and that outside, and even forced him to send out a secret guard to help him fight for a woman's favor. Pa! With a loud slap, Lien Qingui roared in anger. Bastard, who told you to go to the house of exceptional beauties? Can't you be a bit more obedient? Ah, father! Lien Fanlei covered his burning face and froze. Even in his dreams, he didn't think that his father would hit him, and hit him so hard. This kind of thing had happened before, but his father had never reacted like this. The sound of horses galloping could be heard, and a loud shout was heard. Butian Pavilion is on business. Everyone please leave. Listening to the sound of horses, it seemed like they were coming towards him. Lien Chingue's face paled. He didn't have time to teach his son and rushed out of the door. He was immediately stunned. On the main street in front of the gate, dozens of tall horses with pitch-black bodies were carrying dozens of expressionless, black-clothed people. The one at the front was Hall Master Ching Ong of Butian Pavilion. Lien Chingue's mind was blank. Arriving in front of the Lien residence, Chung Ong waved his hand, and the assassins of Butian Pavilion spread out and surrounded the entire Lien residence. Chung Ong floated down from his horse and walked over. He nodded. Senior Lien, what a coincidence. We meet again. Lien Chingue wanted to cry. What coincidence? The person I don't want to see the most in the entire capital is you. Seeing you, Chang'an, is definitely not a good thing. Chung. Senior Chung. Lien Chingue's voice was trembling. He bowed and asked, "This is under the orders of the minister. I am bringing Senior Lien's family to investigate." Chung Ong said politely, "It is only an investigation. I hope Senior Lien can cooperate." Investigation. Lien Chingue felt the world was spinning. When Chung Ong caught the dozens of officials, he also said the same thing. What crime did I commit? Lien Chingue tried one last time. I want to see the emperor. I want to see the emperor. I am an important official of the court. You Butian Pavilion have no right to catch me. The minister said that his original target was not Senior Lien. However, there was one thing that piqued the minister's curiosity. Chang'ong sighed. What thing? Curious? Lien Chingue was puzzled. What could I do that piqued King of Hell Chu's curiosity? Even though I am the Minister of Revenue, I don't think I have that much face. It is nothing. Chang'ong said calmly. I heard that your father spent 150,000 taels of silver at the House of Exceptional Beauties to buy a song from a beauty. Senior Lien, this is what piqued the minister's curiosity. Not only the minister, but I am also curious. Senior Lien is really rich. TSK, 150,000 taels of silver just to listen to a song. As far as I know, Senior Lien's monthly salary is 80 taels of silver. A year's salary is 1,000 taels of silver, right? Chung'ong said, Senior Lien, your father spent 200 years just to listen to a song. This is slander. Lien Chingue's whole body was cold. His eyes were blurred. He could only deny it. How could there be such a thing? Senior Lien, did your father not tell you? Chang'ong blinked mysteriously. The person who was jealous of your father at the House of Exceptional Beauties. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, his surname is Chu. His surname is Chu. Lien Chingue murmured. Suddenly he remembered that his son said that he wanted to send the secret guards to deal with that person. A person with the surname Chu, holding on to a sliver of hope. Lien Chingue said shakily, could it be the minister? Chang'ong had a "you are very smart" look on his face and nodded his head. Oh ho ho, ho ho. Lien Chingue didn't know whether he was crying or laughing. Strange sounds came from his mouth. The next moment, Senior Lien Chingue's eyes closed and his body fell to the ground. He fainted without a doubt. Before he fainted, his only thought was, this is really funny. I can't even hide from this person. My son actually went to fight with him out of jealousy. In front of King of Hell Chu, he spent 150,000 taels of silver just to listen to a song? This is too funny. Lien Fan Lei, who followed behind him, stood there in a daze. He couldn't believe what he had just thought. So that person was King of Hell Chu. No wonder the people he brought were so dissatisfied with him for slandering King of Hell Chu The next moment, Senior Lien started to cry. He cried and shouted at the same time. I really don't know who he is. The minister orders. Take away all the Lien family members. Seal all the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue. Check the accounts carefully. Cheng Ang's order shook the entire city. Seal all the accounts of the Ministry of Revenue and carefully check the accounts? How many people would be out of luck? The space of Iron Cloud's citadel shook. Last time it was to investigate spies, but this time it was to investigate corruption and bribery. A huge amount of wealth came from an unknown source. Believe me, no matter what dynasty, the number of corrupt officials is always greater than the number of spies. As for the huge amount of wealth, think about it yourself. These officials, which one of them didn't have shit on them? The prison of the Ministry of Justice was once again commandeered by Butian Pavilion. A while ago, when the new emperor ascended the throne, everyone was pardoned. All the criminals in the city were released. This was the time when the prison needed to be filled. The next morning, when Tai Butian was in court, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. How come there were so few of the military officials under him? Originally, there were several hundred people in court. Now, it seemed that there were less than half. What happened? Did everyone go on vacation? His Majesty Tai Butian was not worried. Your Majesty, save us. Even if someone gave the order, it would not be so orderly. More than half of the military officials knelt down. They knelt for a long time, tears streaming down their faces. Apart from a few big shots, there were no more than 30 people left standing in the imperial court. However, the remaining people, regardless of whether they were high or low officials, all stood up straight and their faces were filled with pride. Only when the yellow sand is washed away could one see the gold. Although the amount of gold was a bit small, what happened? Where are the others? Tai Butian was also surprised. All the officials looked at each other. No one dared to speak. After a long time, one of the officials kneeling at the front trembled and said, Everyone else was taken away by King of Hell Chu, even us. Your Majesty. This official suddenly burst into tears. There are still people from Butian Pavilion outside the Golden Palace, waiting to catch us. Chapter 215. What exactly happened? Tai Butian's face was as heavy as water. All the kneeling officials did not dare to speak. They just kept kowtowing. We are guilty. We deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Who can tell me what happened? What happened? Tai Butian slowly sat up from the dragon throne, her gaze awe-inspiring. Actually, it's not a big deal. Iron Cloud's Prime Minister, Huangfu Mingjing, stroked his beard. He was one of the few people standing. He said calmly, Your Majesty, it was Minister Chu who sealed the Ministry of Revenue and arrested Lien Changgui. Moreover, Butian Pavilion is investigating the Ministry of Revenue's accounts. Minister Chu has already given the order of the King of Hell to investigate this matter thoroughly. Whoever is found, he will be arrested. Whoever is caught, he will be killed. The Prime Minister's last few words were cold. It was obvious that he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This made all the kneeling people's faces turn even paler. But what does the Ministry of Revenue's accounts have to do with them? Tai Butian looked at the dozens of people kneeling in front of him in shock. There were also more than 100 people who disappeared today. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and his body swayed. Among them, there are people from the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Appointments, and Ministry of War. These years, it seems that everyone is not very well off, so cough, cough. Huangfu Mingjing coughed and said slowly, So many officials have set their sights on the National Treasury, and the National Treasury is under the Ministry of Revenue's jurisdiction. Therefore, everyone's lives suddenly became better. Moreover, after the matter, as long as Minister Lien uses his methods, cough, cough, everything will be fine. Huangfu Mingjing seemed helpless. but his words were vicious and merciless. And now, I don't know what happened, but Minister Chu found out about these things. Huangfu Mingjing said cautiously, So, well, I heard that Minister Chu was furious. Last night, Butian Pavilion raided 35 households. Tai Butian's face was pale. He said, Could it be that these people were involved in the national treasury? Tai Butian's finger trembled as he pointed at the officials kneeling in front of him. The officials did not dare to speak. They all trembled and knelt with their foreheads pressed against the ground. Seeing this, Tai Butian's body swayed again. Suddenly, she closed her eyes with a splitting headache. He didn't blame Chu Yang at all, but he only felt heartache. Incomparable heartache. The imperial court. What kind of place was that? The people of the world yearned for it day and night. Some local officials would never be able to stand here in their entire lives, not even for a moment. It could be said that above the Golden Palace were the true pillars of Iron Cloud Nation. This was the foundation of the entire Iron Cloud Nation. If this place was rotten, then Iron Cloud Nation was rotten from the roots. These years were the most difficult times for Iron Cloud. They were supposed to be in the same boat through thick and thin, but they didn't expect that each of them would be more aggressive than the other in trying to poach the country's people. He had painstakingly cultivated them, only to cultivate a bunch of vermin. Hello. Very good. Very good. Tai Batian gritted her teeth and nodded her head. Her face was ashen. Suddenly, she let out a sorrowful and indignant laugh. Ha ha ha. Not bad indeed. You are indeed the pillar of my iron cloud. What a great talent. Regarding the national treasury, he had always known that it was a serious matter. He had always wanted to find a reason to investigate it after ascending the throne. No matter how serious it was just a few officials. At most, it would involve a dozen or 20 people. That was already shocking enough. No matter what, he would never have thought that there would be so many people involved. Without these people, there would only be 30 or 40 people left in the imperial court. It was as good as empty. But if he didn't go, should he keep them? Keep these vermin? All of you kneel here. Tai Batian angrily kicked the golden table in front of the dragon throne. She roared, immediately summoned Minister Chu to the palace. After less than an hour, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. They had actually arrived in front of the Golden Palace. If it was any other time, there would have been people jumping out to accuse and impeach the emperor. But today, not a single person spoke. Reporting to your majesty, Minister Chu requests an audience. Bam! In an eerie silence, the sound of slow and steady footsteps could be heard. It was slow and rhythmic. The next moment, everyone felt their vision darken. A man in black appeared at the entrance of the Golden Palace. The black robe covered him from head to toe. The only part of his face that was exposed was a hideous golden mask. The moment this person appeared at the entrance of the Golden Palace, the temperature of the entire Golden Palace seemed to drop by a few degrees, especially the officials who had ulterior motives. They felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if this person's arrival brought with him the aura of hell. Find a seat for Minister Chu. Before Chu Yang could speak, Tai Batian spoke first. Tai Batian did not want the officials to know that the current Butian Pavilion was actually not under her control. And Chu Yang was also not an official of Iron Cloud. This was too shameful for an emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Yang naturally understood Tai Butian's hint. Before he sat down, he thanked Tai Batian and sat down steadily. May I know the reason for Your Majesty's summons today? Minister Chu, you must be very busy these 2 days. Tai Batian smiled and said, regarding the matter of the national treasury, I wonder what Minister Chu plans to do. She went straight to the point. According to Your Majesty's previous promise, Butian Pavilion has the right to act first and report later. Chu Yang said casually, "Therefore, after such a big incident last night, we have already verified that several vermin were killed in Shi City this morning. A total of more than 300 people." When these words were spoken, the officials kneeling on the ground trembled even more. "What about the rest?" Tai Batian let out a long breath. "This requires your Majesty's judgment," Chu Yang said casually. "However, according to our Butian Pavilion's opinion, it is best to kill them all. After all, our brothers have paid a lot for this investigation. It is very tiring. Kill them all." Some people had already fainted. There were also people who were quietly crying. Old Prime Minister Huang Fumingjing could not help but roll his eyes. Kill them all? That was tens of thousands of people. The old man felt more and more that something was wrong. Before Chu Yang came, Tai Batian was furious. But after Chu Yang came, the atmosphere seemed to have become very strange. Rather than saying that the two of them were asking and answering questions, it was better to say that they were acting out a play. One was the good cop, the other was the bad cop. Killing them all is not a good idea, right? Tai Batian frowned. "You must know that if the whole family is killed, there are tens of thousands of people. Your Majesty is overthinking." Chu Yang said calmly, "Ironcloud has been fighting for years. There are already 8 million young people who have died in the flames of war. Ironcloud can still afford to lose tens of thousands of people. This, Minister, can you give them a way out?" Tai Batian said with a smile. "This, since your Majesty is asking for mercy, we can naturally deal with them according to the severity of the case." Chu Yang said, "As for the results of the investigation, I will send them to your Majesty." "Your Majesty can dictate." Tai Batian snorted and said, "Fine." Chu Yang's words were obviously a jab. How could Tai Batian not understand? Dictate? What is dictate? Humph. However, Chu Yang's words were also a reminder. As for what reminder, that was unknown. At this point, the play between the two of them was over. "Minister Chu, can you talk with me?" Tai Batian said with a smile, "I don't want to disturb your Majesty's peace." Chu Yang said lightly, "Men, prepare the golden tower for us." Tai Batian smiled. "This is a big gift from me to your Majesty." Chu Yang said softly, "Today's foundation is shaken and there are killings everywhere. But in the future, there will be long-term peace and stability. Your Majesty has ascended the throne. In a moment of carelessness, I forgot to give you a gift. Let's use this as compensation." Minister Chu's words made Tai Butian's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. She was both angry and amused. In the end, she just sighed. The two of them talked for a long time in the palace. No one knew when Minister Chu left, but everyone's hearts were finally at ease. At least they wouldn't die immediately. They had a little time to breathe. After a few days, Tai Batian issued an imperial edict. "Those who embezzled less than 50,000 taels of silver shall hand over their gains and redeem themselves by meritorious service. Those who embezzled more than 100,000 taels of silver shall hand over their gains and be demoted to a commoner. Those who embezzled more than 100,000 taels of silver shall be beheaded in public and their families exiled. As for those who embezzled more than 1,000,000 taels of silver, their entire families shall be executed." This decision seemed lax, but Ironcloud Citadel was also dyed red with blood. Thousands of heads were beheaded just like that. The law could not punish the masses. This principle still applied at this time. If everyone was beheaded, Ironcloud's royal court would probably collapse immediately. Tai Batian could only deal with it slowly. But one thing was for sure. If one day these people did not perform well, then this old debt would immediately be reopened. Chu Yang stirred up this matter to establish Butian Pavilion's prestige and became the villain himself. Moreover, it allowed Tai Batian to win the hearts of the majority. This matter would directly skip the short period of adjustment for Tai Butian's ascension to the throne. It would directly force Tai Butian's royal court to enter a period of maturity, although this royal court would be half empty after this matter, at least for a long time. The appearance of Iron Cloud Citadel's officials would be renewed. This was Chu Yang's big gift to Tai Butian, to congratulate him on his ascension. As for the cause of this matter, Minister Chu did not say anything. If he said that it was because he was jealous of someone at the House of Exceptional Beauties, the new emperor would probably faint from anger. After this matter, King of Hell Chu's notoriety shook the heavens. King of Hell Chu's brutality made everyone who heard it gasp in amazement. In the hearts of the officials, King of Hell Chu's already terrible reputation increased by 2 pounds and reached a new level. But in the hearts of the people, King of Hell Chu's reputation soared to the heavens. Everyone in Iron Cloud Citadel was in danger. No matter what they did, even though there were fewer officials, their efficiency increased a lot. Chunyin, he finally brought his people back to the capital of Great Zhao after a long and tiring journey of nearly a month. Just one more day, and the Meng Hun solution will be over. Chapter 216. After crossing the border of Iron Cloud Nation, they spent 20 days in a world of ice and snow. With great difficulty, they finally reached the border of Great Zhao. After such a long time, they hurriedly found the local contact of Golden Horse Riders Department and reported the news to Diwu Qingro as soon as possible. It could be said that each word was filled with blood and tears. Golden Horse Riders Department was shaken. In the Prime Minister's manner, Diwu Qingro and Han Buchu looked at Chunyin, who had obviously lost a lot of weight. A few days ago, the news had already arrived. Jing Menghun had also personally gone to bring Yin Wu Fa back. However, after a few days of buffer time, Du Qingro still felt dizzy after hearing Chunyin report. This time, the meeting was much larger. There were 2 more people, Jing Menghun and Yin Wu Tian, the other 2 king-level leaders of Golden Horse Riders Department. The 5 of them sat in a semicircle facing Du Qingro. Everyone's face was gloomy. The matter is just like this. Chunyin, he finally finished speaking with difficulty. Right now, Chunyin, cheeks were deeply sunken and his cheekbones were protruding. His 2 eyes seemed to have become 2 empty holes. The torment of this journey was truly indescribable. Han Buchu and Gao Sheng looked at each other and felt speechless. This time, Chunyin, he went to take charge of the overall situation. However, after he went, he was basically useless. If he could be said to be useful, then at the most dangerous moment, he was able to save the last of his strength and escape unscathed. However, the remaining strength was so pitiful. However, this matter could not be blamed on Chunyin. Everything was Kong Shang Xian's own decision. One wrong step after another, it led to a situation that could not be cleaned up. But now, Kong Shang Xian was dead thus. Even if they found someone to take responsibility, there would be no one left. How could Diwu Qingro not be depressed? 2 king-level leaders, 3 revered level command horse riders, and more than 30 revered level experts were buried in Iron Cloud. Diwu Qingro's face was calm as he slowly said, and all of this was because they died in the hands of an enemy. They died in the hands of an enemy that could have been avoided. Diwu Qingro laughed softly. The affairs of the world are strange and bizarre to this extent. I can't help but say that this is an eternal story. His face was very calm, but his tone of voice was very oppressive. It made people who heard it feel their hair stand on end. Prime Minister, please calm down. Han Buchu probed. This matter cannot be blamed on the king-level masters, nor can it be blamed on Brother Cheng. King of Hell Chu is too cunning. King of Hell Chu is too cunning. Diwu Qingro closed his eyes and said, 3,000 years ago, there was a wise man who was the emperor of Tianyu. His name was Dongfang Qingtian. At that time, Dongfang Qingtian's wisdom was unparalleled and his plans were flawless. He was known as the wisest man in the Chong Tian continent. He assisted King Tianyu in conquering the north and south, conquering a huge territory. Han Buqiu and the others were confused. Why would the prime minister suddenly tell a story? But knowing that he must have a deeper meaning, he continued to listen quietly. As a result, the power of Tianyu country expanded rapidly. Everyone in the surrounding countries was in danger. But at that time, the opposing country, Fire Cloud country, did not make a move. Prime Minister Chun Ping of Fire Cloud suppressed all the people in the country who wanted to fight and was willing to back down, allowing Tianyu country to gain a huge territory. At the peak of Tianyu country, its territory was almost the size of Great Zhao and Iron Cloud combined. But from then on, Tianyu country suffered defeat after defeat. In the end, the surrounding small countries took advantage of this opportunity and completely destroyed this giant monster. Do you know why this happened? Diwu Qing Ro asked. Could it be that at that time, Dongfang Qingtian was already dead? Han Buqiu Gaosheng and the others were puzzled. Not dead. Plus, he was still in control of the battle. Diwu Qing Ro said. Then what is going on? Han Buqiu and the others were confused. A country at its peak, a top strategist and flawless plans. How could it be destroyed by a small country? During the conquest of the world, Dongfang Qingtian was at the front line in every battle. It could be said that he was the strategist and decided victory from 1,000 miles away. Do you know what a strategist is? Diwu Qing Ro asked. A strategist is a tent, a military tent. That's right, a tent. The key is here. Diwu Qing Ro sighed. After the country reached its peak, this top strategist could not personally go to the front line. He had to stay in the court to help the king. And his plans, no matter how useful they were, no matter how flawless they were, when they were sent from the capital to the front line. First, the timing did not match. Second, if the enemy had a slight reaction, the front line would not know what to do next. He could send out accurate orders, but the people below him could not accurately execute his plans. After all, not everyone is like Dongfang Qingtian. Diwu Qing Ro slowly said. In the end, Dongfang Qingtian could only leave the palace and go to the front line to command the army. But at that time, the situation was already unstable. A defeated army is not the same as the army that conquered the world. The army that conquered the world, even if it was a crippled army, still had a belief in their hearts. That is, after victory, they could conquer the picturesque landscape and obtain wealth. But at that time, the army was not like that. Especially the generals, they already had wealth. All they wanted was to preserve their lives. Under Dongfang Qingtian's unparalleled command, his side slowly stabilized the situation. But at that time, he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. He could not control all of them. He could only control one side, so... In the end, Tianyu's army was defeated. Dongfang Qingtian was defeated by his own country's defeated army. Thus, Tianyu was destroyed. Dongfang Qingtian looked up to the sky and sighed 3 times. In the chaos, he pulled out his sword and committed suicide. What was he sighing about? Han Buqiu hurriedly asked. At that time, Dongfang Qingtian said, "Prospering is like picking up dirt with a needle. Failing is like pushing sand with water. Even though I could make conquering the world easy, I could not stop the decline brought by power and prosperity. Strategizing in a tent to determine victory from 1,000 miles away. This saying is not false. But since the ancient times, who could strategize in a palace to determine victory from 1,000 miles away? My defeat was due to power and influence. I lost to prosperity." Diwu Qing Ro slowly finished speaking. Everyone was quiet and did not say a word. They were deep in thought. Strategizing in a tent to determine victory from 1,000 miles away. As a qualified general, this is what I should do. In the military camp, the general is in the tent. If I lost, then I deserve to die. Diwu Qing Ro said softly, "This is not a legend. My talent is far inferior to Dongfang Qing Tian's." Diwu Qing Ro said quietly, "But I have always avoided Dongfang Qing Tian's mistakes. Thus, I have always stayed in the Prime Minister's manner and allowed you to develop your own abilities. Even if you lost, as long as it was not a total loss, then with me, Diwu Qing Ro here, you still have a chance to make a comeback. Because even if you lost, it was your own loss, not my command. You lost, but with my command, you turned the situation around. Even though I did not say anything, I made you realize your own shortcomings. Step by step, you grew up." Diwu Qing Ro smiled bitterly. "Now, most of you can hold your own. You are my biggest trump card to conquer the world. Do you understand?" Han Buchu was moved and said, "Prime Minister's thoughts make us feel ashamed." Kong Shang Xan lost, but he threw himself there. Diwu Qing Ro shook his head. "This is the biggest failure. It is also the first time since the establishment of the Diwu Group that we have suffered a crushing defeat. The reason is not that King of Hell Chu is too cunning," Diwu Qing Ro said seriously. "It is that we have been too comfortable these past few years, and there has been no challenge." Jing Meng Hun sighed deeply and did not speak. Yin Wu Tian retorted, "But King of Hell Chu's treachery is real." "Not true. King-level leader Yin, let me ask you. Chapter 217. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down from Jing Meng Hun's forehead. Diwu Qing Ro did not comment on the gains and losses of this operation. He also did not comment on the things to pay attention to after this operation. However, his words clearly showed the fury in Diwu Qing Ro's heart. Why was Golden Horse Riders Department established? It was for Diwu Qing Ro to dominate the world. If Golden Horse Riders Department became a burden to Diwu Qing Ro, then Diwu Qing Ro would not mind disbanding Golden Horse Riders Department, just like how he casually established Golden Horse Riders Department. Jing Meng Hun would not have any doubts. Golden Horse Riders Department was established for Diwu Qing Ro's benefit. But you cannot bring me benefits. Then why do you still exist? What do you want? Just for money? King-level masters are important. But can you compare to thousands of soldiers and horses? Can you help me conquer the world? No. Since you cannot, and you cannot bring me any benefits, then what is the point of keeping you? Diwu Qing Ro was making an analysis, but he was making use of this analysis to put forward his demands for the Golden Horse Riders Department for the first time. And for the first time, Golden Horse Riders Department could cease to exist. Such a strict rule. Dong Fang Qing Tian's mistake was that he believed in his own strength and wisdom. But I, Diwu Qing Ro, do not. Diwu Qing Ro looked at Jing Meng Hun with warm eyes and said slowly, "Therefore, I can allow the same mistake to happen once, but I will not allow it to happen a second time." Jing Meng Hun felt his entire back soaked with cold sweat. He said, "Rest assured, Prime Minister, there will not be a second time." "I believe." Diwu Qing Ro nodded deeply and said, "Failure is not scary. Death is not scary. What is scary is that failure has clouded one's mind and hatred has blinded one's mind. Golden Horse Riders Department's revenge must be avenged. But before it is time, no one is allowed to act rashly." Jing Meng Hun gritted his teeth and said, "Yes." Diwu Qing Ro nodded and asked, "King-level Master Yin Wu Fei's injury, how is it?" He had always suppressed this topic and never allowed anyone to talk about it. Only after he had suppressed his emotions did he bring it up. This was because Diwu Qing Ro knew that Golden Horse Riders Department still retained the habits of Jianghu people. Only by grinding away the edges and corners of Jianghu people on a certain level could one truly possess one's own strength. Using the life of a king-level master to pay such a price was unavoidably expensive. However, Duo Qingro was keenly aware that this was an excellent opportunity. The Golden Horse Riders Department could lose its throne, but it could never lose control. There was no doubt that Duo Qingro had done a very good job in this regard. Third brother Yin's injury. Jing Menghun's face exposed a look of grief and indignation. My Menghun liquid can guarantee a person's vitality for a month regardless of how serious their injuries are. But third brother's legs. He suddenly raised his head and asked, Lord Cheng, I would like to ask, other than a few youngsters from aristocratic families, what other people did I encounter along the way? Chunyin, he was startled and asked, King-level leader Jing, what do you mean? As long as it was before taking the Menghun liquid, even if both of his legs were broken, I would still be able to restore them to their original state. However, third brother's legs are now completely paralyzed from the waist down. Jing Menghun's eyes were like blood as he stared at Chunyin. This kind of injury clearly occurred after he took the Menghun liquid. Chunyin, he raised his head and closed his eyes. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. He slightly gritted his teeth and said, Regarding this matter, I don't know what is vitality and what is cultivation. I am only responsible for it and can only do so much. I have already done my best to bring him back. He raised his head and pointed a finger at his white neck. He coldly said, I can only guarantee that this corpse-like person has not been touched by anyone along the way. If king-level leader Jing does not believe me or has any doubts, my head is right here. Ching Yi, he raised his head and proudly opened his eyes. He squinted and said, Anyone from the Golden Horse Riders Department can come and take it. Chung Yin, his grievance and indignation had reached the extreme. I was only responsible for assisting the Golden Horse Riders Department, and I was following the Prime Minister's orders. Now, you did not listen to my orders and did not cooperate with me, causing the mission to fail on the verge of success. I spared no effort and endured all kinds of difficulties and dangers to save your brother. Not only are you not grateful to me, but you even suspect that I secretly killed him? Official Cheng's words are too harsh. Yin Wu Tian gloomily said. His eyes were like a poisonous snake's. Obviously, he still did not fully believe Cheng Yin, his words. Harsh or not, justice is in everyone's heart. Chang Yin, he finally could not bear it anymore. He suddenly stood up and said loudly, If I did not want Yin Wu Fa to live, I could have silently killed him 10,000 times along the way. Now, I have a half-paralyzed cripple. What good is it for me? Cheng Yin, he was indescribably indignant. Enough! Duo Qingro gently raised his hand and slowly turned to look at Yin Wu Tian. Fourth king-level leader Yin, could it be that you think it would be better for your brother to die outside? Yin Wu Tian quivered and shivered. He then said, Forgive me, Prime Minister. I only have some doubts. Then you should be suspicious of our enemy, not of the people who painstakingly brought your brother back. Duo Qingro said sternly, In Wu Tian, you must be careful when you speak and do things. If you ruin anything because of your hatred, then you know the consequences. Kong Shang Xan had died, and Yin Wu Fa was crippled. The person who could not bear it the most was Yin Wu Tian. Duo Qingro did not want to be so strict, but now he could only put aside the word favor. If he allowed Yin Wu Tian's hatred to spread, he did not know what would happen. Therefore, although Duo Qingro did not want to, he could only suppress it. Yin Wu Tian took a deep breath and said sullenly, What Prime Minister said is right. Gao Sheng, do you know which clan king of Helchu used? Duo Qingro asked. Gao Sheng had already inquired about this question 7 or 8 days ago. Now that Duo Qingro asked, it had a different meaning. 10 days ago, there was news in Third Heaven that the members of Hei Emo clan had returned to Third Heaven. Gao Sheng said cautiously, but there was a joke. Hey Mo clan sent out 3 king-level leaders. When they returned, all 3 were seriously injured. Hey Mo. Yin Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Yes, Hey Mo. Gao Sheng said, according to legend, Hey Mo clan was attacked by Mo clan in Iron Cloud Citadel. However, it was confirmed that no experts of Mo clan appeared in Iron Cloud Citadel at that time. Jingmeng Han and Yin Wu Tian were breathing heavily. Their eyes were as round as bells. Later, king-level leader Soulcatcher was forced to tell the truth. Gao Sheng said, slowly, it turned out that they had a fight with Golden Horse Riders Department. This matter has caused a huge uproar in Third Heaven. Jingmeng Han and Yin Wu Tian gritted their teeth. Hey Mo clan! Hey Mo clan! King of Hell, Chu had a part to play in this matter. However, no matter what, the nature of this matter has changed. Gao Sheng said, the testimony of the 2 king-level leaders of Hey Mo clan was that King of Hell Chu had clearly stated that the opponent was Golden Horse Riders Department. However, Hey Mo clan owed King of Hell Chu a favor, so they had no choice but to help. Pay attention. The key point of the sentence is that King of Hell Chu had clearly stated this beforehand. Gao Sheng said seriously, therefore, Hey Mo clan cannot blame King of Hell Chu. Everyone understood this principle. For example, if I told you that the opponent was Japan's imperialists, but after hearing this you carried a bag of explosives and blew up Japan's imperial god, then it had nothing to do with me, right? Although I also wanted to, so Hey Mo clan took responsibility for everything? Yin Wu Tian's eyes were like a volcano that was about to erupt. Upper 3 heavens cannot participate in the clan disputes of Upper 3 heavens, and Lower 3 heavens cannot participate in the dynasty disputes of Lower 3 heavens. This is the law of the heavens. Gao Sheng rolled his eyes and said indifferently, the king-level leaders of Hey Mo clan who violated the rules have already been taken in for questioning. No matter how this matter is handled, it is tantamount to an end. Therefore, it is extremely unwise for anyone to use this matter to make a fuss. There are arbitrators in the heavens. Perhaps King of Hell Chu had only used a loophole, but this matter has already passed. Hey Mo clan has already admitted it. So King of Hell Chu's matter is no more. But if King of Hell Chu uses the arbitrators to make a fuss, then the fate of Golden Horse Riders Department can be imagined. Gao Sheng's slender eyes exposed a sharp ray of light. Therefore, I think it would be better to suppress this matter and not let it go. Jingmeng Han let out a deep breath, and the chair he was sitting on shattered with a kacha sound. Yin Wu Tian clenched his fists, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, there was a trace of dejection in their expressions. Even an emperor-level master would not dare to challenge the rules of the heavens, let alone a king-level master. Yun, tell me about those youngsters from aristocratic clans. Diwu Qing Ro waved his hand and suppressed his hatred. Now was the time to talk about business. Diwu Qing Ro's grasp of people's hearts and human nature had become more and more cautious after the last mistake. He was watertight. Those youngsters were arguing. I only heard that one of them was called Luo Kadi, one was called GMO, and the last one was surnamed Gu. As for the other 2, I do not know their names. Chengyan, he said cautiously, I also do not know whether they are from the clans of Upper 3 heavens or Upper 3 heavens. Luo Kadi is the second young master of the Luo clan of Upper 3 heavens. GMO is the second young master of the G clan of Upper 3 heavens. When Gao Sheng heard these names, his expression clearly tightened. As for Gu, could he be a member of the Gu clan? Diwu Qing Ro's expression was indifferent. His finger gently tapped on the table, and he did not speak for a long time. He only frowned and pondered, letting everyone digest Gao Sheng's words. Chapter 218. King of Hell Chu. Gao Sheng's eyes widened. No way. First, is Yun He's luck really that good? At such a dangerous time, he went out and met with a group of aristocratic clan disciples. Plus, it was a group of Three Heavens clan disciples. Diwu Qingro smiled faintly. This is equivalent to a special trip to inform you that we are going to Great Province. You must be prepared. A cold light flashed in Diwu Qingro's eyes. Heart is somewhat unreasonable, right? Perhaps they said it unintentionally, and Mr. Chung intentionally remembered it. Gao Sheng pondered. The eyebrows on his handsome face slowly wrinkled. Maybe that is the case. But the second point is that they said they were going to rob, but in the end, they did not rob anything. Could it be that they waited in that snowy weather just to have some fun in the wilderness? Diwu Qingro smiled. As for the reason that they were looking for king-level Master Yin, that is even more absurd. How could the aristocratic clan disciples of Three Heavens be so bored? Third, I simply do not believe in such a coincidence. Diwu Qingro said casually, just this one is enough. So, among these people, King of Hell Chu must be among them. Diwu Qingro snorted and said, and this encounter shows that King of Hell Chu will most likely come to Great Zhao to cause trouble. And if they come to Great Zhao, then they will most likely contact Yun He. Gao Sheng thought for a long time before slowly nodding. What Prime Minister said is indeed possible. If that's the case, and we can't see through their disguise, then they will come here. Moreover, Yun He will personally cover for them. This means that the Golden Horse Riders Department is protecting them. Great Zhao is undoubtedly the safest place for them. Han Buchu thought of this and sucked in a cold breath. But now that Prime Minister has calculated it, we just need to open the net and wait for the fish to come. Gao Sheng sneered. If King of Hell Chu really comes, then he is walking right into the net. Capturing him will be as easy as blowing off dust. Not necessarily. Diwu Qingro pondered and said, King of Hell Chu would not use such a childish trick. There must be a deeper meaning behind this. He stood up and paced back and forth. He then muttered to himself, one is the Luo clan, one is the Ji clan, and one is the Gu clan. Three big clans of the Three Heavens. Humph humph. King of Hell Chu has spread this rumor. From this, we can infer that he has a close relationship with the young lords of several clans. King of Hell Chu doesn't have the strength right now. If he wants to deal with us, he will need to borrow some strength. Speaking of borrowing strength, these people should help him since their friendship isn't shallow. However, the people of the lower Three Heavens aren't allowed to intervene in the matters of the lower Three Heavens. So, these people can't help him openly. But if we take the initiative to provoke them, then it's a different story. If King of Hell Chu cooperates with them to add fuel to the fire and sow dissension once again, then it would be the same as Golden Horse Riders Department just having a fight with the Hayamo clan and then turning around to face the three big clans. Is this King of Hell Chu's plan to borrow our strength again? Diwu Qingro gently rubbed his forehead with his hand and muttered, is this another big trap by King of Hell Chu? As he thought about it, his eyes gradually revealed a sharp color, and he said, if we face the three big clans at the same time, our Golden Horse Riders Department will be in real danger. Han Buchu, Qing Yun He, Gao Sheng, Jing Menghan, and Yin Wu Tian quietly listened to Diwu Qingro's analysis. He talked about the dangerous situation of the Golden Horse Riders Department being destroyed at every turn. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. If this was really King of Hell Chu's plan, then it could be said that it was all linked to each other. It was extremely dangerous. If they really thought that they had found a loophole in King of Hell Chu's plan and excitedly surrounded him, then it was almost foreseeable that the three big clans would immediately become enemies. Since we know, then it's not scary anymore. Han Buchu pondered and said, we can start contacting the higher-ups of the three big clans and let them know about this matter. We can't borrow their strength. but they may not be willing to be used by King of Hell Chu. That's right, Diwu Qingro said. Let Gao Sheng handle this matter. How about it? Rest assured, Xiang Mao, there will be no loopholes in this matter. Gao Sheng said confidently, knowing the other party's intentions. If we can't destroy it, then we are really stupid. Gao Sheng, you have to grasp the timing. Diwu Qingro said casually. If King of Hell Chu wants to come, let him come first. Before that, keep in touch with these clans and know where they are. Wait until King of Hell Chu arrives. Then inform them of this matter. Gao Sheng's spirit was roused as he said yes. This is the first matter. Diwu Qingro sighed and said with some loneliness, Iron Cloud Nation's ruler, Taisher Cheng, fought with me for many years. He could be said to be a hero of his generation. I've always wanted to keep him alive to make use of him. I didn't expect that he would die in such weather. The plan I've been preparing for so many years has become useless. There's something fishy about this. Diwu Qingro said casually. Taisher Cheng was living well. Why did he die at this time? And Du Shiqing also disappeared at this time. If this matter has nothing to do with King of Hell Chu, I don't believe it. Order all the spies in Iron Cloud Nation to immediately spread rumors that King of Hell Chu killed Taisher Cheng. Taisher Cheng killed Taisher Cheng. Regarding this matter, Bu Chu, you write a story and spread it out. If Tai Bu Tian is suspicious, that would be the best. Even if Tai Bu Tian doesn't believe it, someone will. Yes, Prime Minister. One more thing. Tai Shiqing died and Tai Bu Tian ascended the throne. Everyone knows that a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, but there is still something to be done. Another rumor is that Tai Bu Tian did not hesitate to kill his own father for the throne, and before his father's body was even cold, he hurriedly ascended the throne. His nature is cold, heartless, and unfilial. He deserves to be punished by the whole world. For this matter, Bu Chu, you will be in charge of fabricating it. Yes. Third, when Tai Shiqing died, my army attacked. At that time, Tai Longcheng was at the border and could not leave. We all know that he could not leave. But Tai Longcheng did not go back to attend the funeral. This is the truth. Diwu Qingro said, thus there are rumors. One is that Tai Longcheng gathered his own troops and did not accept the new emperor. He wanted to rebel. The second is that Tai Longcheng thought that his brother's death was not clear, so he did not dare to go back. But when Tai Longcheng went back, he would ask Tai Bu Tian for an explanation. Iron Cloud's internal strife is imminent. Bu Chu, these matters are for you to handle. Yes. Also, even though Du Shiqing is missing, we can make a story out of it. Say that Tai Bu Tian killed Du Shiqing in order to seize the throne and to let his father return to heaven. This rumor must be clever and naturally spread to those who have dealings with Du Shiqing, such as aristocratic families or sects. Du Shiqing's son can help with this. Yes. Han Bu Chu's expression became more and more admiring. Diwu Qingro's plans, even though they were only rumors, were extremely vicious. As long as they were properly controlled, the effect would be great. The most terrifying thing in the world was the mouths of the common people. As long as the common people believed it to be true, then, through word of mouth, even a false rumor would become true. For the sake of stabilizing the throne, Tai Bu Tian let King of Hell Chu massacre meritorious officials and old officials who were loyal to Tai Shiqing. Even Iron Cloud Saint Tang Xiansheng became a spy. This is the biggest joke in the world. Do you understand? Understood. Hurry up and do it. Diwu Qingro smiled warmly and murmured, even though King of Hell Chu ruined one of my great plans, but how can I let you do as you please? Gao Sheng said, Prime Minister, if this is the case at the border, should we allow the soldiers to relax a bit? After all, the weather is very cold right now. Many soldiers are suffering from frostbite, Some even froze to death. Diwu Qing Ro's eyebrows twitched. He pondered for a moment and said, "Use all of your financial resources to send cotton clothes to the border. However, the military oppression must continue. We are suffering, but Ironcloud is suffering even more than we are. Moreover, with such rumors spreading everywhere, we cannot let Tai Longqing go back. Yes, Golden Horse Riders Department should be properly reorganized during this time. King Level Master Yin should rest well." Diwu Qing Ro said warmly, "In this cold weather, Golden Horse Riders Department should not move out for the time being. Take care of King Level Master Kong's funeral. When the time comes, I will personally go and send King Level Master Kong off." Yes, Jing Meng Hun and Yin Wu Tian agreed at the same time. When Kong Shang Xan was mentioned, their noses turned sour. They choked and said, "Thank you, Prime Minister. As for the sex, let King of Helchu suffer. Carry out part of Beyond the Heavens sex plan in this cold weather. Let the big sex attack Beyond the Heavens sect. We cannot destroy it, but we must kill some of its people. Try to kill as many as possible." Diwu Qing Ro said casually, "I heard that King of Helchu's master is called Meng Chao Ran. If his master dies, I wonder if King of Helchu will be sad? Even if King Chu Ran is inhumane, I am afraid he will shed a few tears." Gao Sheng said with a smile. In the depths of his eyes, there was a hidden chill. Yes, Diwu Qing Ro's series of methods were a combination of sinister and vicious. If it was me who was against Diwu Qing Ro, I can imagine how badly I would be in trouble right now. Now, all of this is being done by King of Helchu and Taibu Tian. These two people must not be feeling too good. Chapter 219. Diwu Qing Ro reached out his hand and took it. He said regretfully, "With these two things we can save the lives of two experts at a critical moment. Yun Kuin he, you don't have to worry about it." Then he shook the jade box and said, "This jade spirit ginseng is—" Suddenly he made a sound of surprise and his eyes froze. He looked at Chang Yun Quanha and frowned. "Yun Quanha, this no one has touched it, right?" Chang Yun Kuin he immediately panicked and said with a pale face, "Prime Minister, is there a problem?" Jade spirit ginseng is a spiritual object. Even through the jade box, one can feel its spiritual energy. Why did I not feel it this time? Diwu Qing Ro asked in confusion. As he said this, Jing Meng Han and the others also felt that something was wrong. Absolutely no one touched it. This thing has always been with me. Chang Yun Kuin, he said without hesitation. Diwu Qing Ro weighed the jade box in his hand. He slightly lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he looked up and smiled. "It's okay. Since the thing is back, it's good. Yun Kuin he, you must be tired. Go and rest early." As he said this, he put the jade box into his bosom without even looking at it. Then he said with a smile, "I'll keep this thing close to me." Then he smiled and said, "Everyone can go back. Buchu, you have to be busy for the next few days. Gao Sheng, you have to keep a low profile during this period of time. Don't be targeted by the arbitrators. The two king-level leaders should also rest early. If you need any medicine for king-level leader Yin's injury, feel free to come and get it from me." Everyone bowed in unison and left the room. When only Diwu Qing Ro was left in the study room, he slowly stood up. He frowned and slowly paced back and forth. He muttered, "This matter should not have happened." He took out the jade box from his pocket. He gently opened it. Sure enough, there was no jade spirit ginseng inside. It was completely empty. Diwu Qing Ro looked at the empty jade box and thought for a long time. His eyes flashed. Iron Cloud Citadel, Heaven Mending Pavilion, in this cold place, was once again bustling with activity. But this time, the people of Butian Pavilion did not complain. Instead, they were happy and proud. King of Hell Chu. After all, he was King of Hell Chu. He did not fall. King of Hell Chu didn't fall. Then Heaven Mending Pavilion would still be Heaven Mending Pavilion. Those people who had spread rumors about King of Hell Chu not being able to make it, humph, are now being dealt with by us. King of Hell Chu is not only capable, but very capable. Emptying half of the imperial court, such boldness, such a bold move. Who would dare? However, King of Hell Chu didn't even frown and directly attacked. Compared to the bustling Heaven Mending Pavilion, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was noisy. After they returned, they had different opinions about Lien Fanlei. GMO believed that such a person should be ruthlessly beaten up. Beat him up so badly that even his mother couldn't recognize him. Luo Kadi thought that he should go straight to the Hua family. Gu Duxing snorted at their thoughts. Big Boss Chu thought that using power to suppress people was the best way for these people. The matter had already passed for a long time. But the people from the Heavenly Armament Pavilion were still quarreling endlessly. In the end, no one knew what happened. GMO and Luo Kadi quarreled. Originally, their opinions were similar, but Luo Kadi betrayed them and stood on Chu Yang's side. He turned his head and wantonly attacked his former allies. He said that GMO was short-sighted, immature, and had a bad temper. He didn't have any self-restraint and wasn't calm at all. GMO was furious. He immediately assumed the posture of the third elder brother. Pao Zun was also furious. The two of them started to quarrel and started to wrestle with each other. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds were unceasingly heard. Chu Yang didn't have time to mediate the fight. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Minister Chu murmured, "This young man's anger is too big. He needs to vent." He turned around and walked out. Gu Yuxing followed. I left Su Butong to guard the two and continuously sneak attack them. And his sneak attack made the two fight even more fiercely. What's the next step? Gu Duxing asked. There's a plan, but I am thinking about how to proceed. Chu Yang pondered. It should be to go to Great Zhao. But the time is not ripe yet. Use the foreshadowing you left that day in the snow. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. What time is not ripe yet? Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. The time was not the time. Chu Yang had been looking forward to the return of the second fragment of Calamity's sword. Until now, there had been no news. He was now at the peak of 7th grade Martial Master and was about to become a Martial Great Master. Duxing, let's exchange pointers. Chu Yang said. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up and said, okay. During this time, he had been cultivating with all his might according to the revered Berserker sword technique. Now he was already a sword great master. Just one more step. He could enter the revered sword master realm. Gu Duxing was also looking forward to the day of his breakthrough. He still clearly remembered Chu Yang's words. The revered Berserker sword technique can only help you enter the revered sword master realm as soon as possible. But after that, the revered Berserker sword technique cannot be used anymore. If you use it again, it will cause your mind to be confused by the sword technique and enter madness. But at that time, we have other ways to let you advance quickly. Other ways to advance quickly. Right now, Gu Duxing was more eager than anyone. In daily cultivation, he was also the most hardworking among them. Sometimes the degree of his effort was so high that even Chu Yang was behind him. Because Gu Miaoling, Sister Xiao Miao, was still suffering and waiting for me to save her. Gu Duxing's heart felt like it was being fried. Please, please. Both of them held an ordinary steel sword in their hands. Previously, when they exchanged pointers, they used their fists and legs. But this time, Chu Yang proposed to use a sword. Although Gu Duxing was surprised, he did not think much of it. While muttering, GMO, Luo Ku, Disu, and Butong walked out with bruises all over their faces. When they saw Gu Duxing and Chu Yang about to exchange pointers, they immediately became interested. In an instant, the three of them who were fighting like pigs each took a small stool and squeezed together. They put their arms around each other's shoulders and looked forward to the fight. "I'm coming." Chu Yang drew his sword and took the lead. His two legs crossed and suddenly rushed forward like a whirlwind. With just one move, Chu Yang's body had already become a faint shadow. Fleeting snow cloud steps. "Damn, boss has improved so fast," GMO exclaimed. The current Chu Yang, compared to the day before when he exchanged pointers with him. How could he just improve by a level? Gu Duxing's face was cold and hard. He held his sword horizontally. His two legs did not move, but they automatically slid forward. With a clang, the two swords crossed. "Be careful." Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Gu Duxing's martial power was much higher than his. The one who should be saying "be careful" should be Gu Duxing, but Chu Yang actually said it first. "I know." Gu Duxing had just said these two words when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His sword seemed to have suddenly sunk into water. Along with his whole body, he also felt an abundant buoyancy. There was also a kind of blockage unique to water. He could not use any strength. It seemed that if he used any more strength, his wrist would be broken. Gu Duxing was shocked. He immediately retreated. He was puzzled. Although he controlled his martial power and tried to suppress it to a level similar to Chu Yang's. But he should not feel this way. As he retreated, the feeling became even more obvious. It was as if a raging tide had suddenly appeared in front of him, bringing with it a violent impact, an irresistible thrust, and a strong buoyancy and stickiness. It was coming at him from every direction. And Chu Yang's sword only made a slash in the air? Gu Duxing's face flushed red. He shouted and increased his martial power by 20% to block this wave of attack. Chu Yang's long sword drew a circle and retracted. The dense sword energy suddenly turned into a tranquil lake between the two of them. The soft power of water? Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang's sword thoughtfully. "Yes, it is the soft power of water, but it has not reached great success," Chu Yang said indifferently. Gu Duxing smiled bitterly. He had just used the power of a third-grade sword great master. He was still forced to be unable to attack by a seventh-grade martial master. It was like this, and it still had not reached great success. Gu Duxing gently closed his eyes. He immediately felt that in front of him there was a calm but repelling force like a lake. And Chu Yang was clearly on the other side. "It really has not reached great success. Your soft power of water is too rigid." Gu Duxing roared and slashed with his sword. This is the Gu clan's wave-splitting slash. It is a sword technique that has been practiced in water. It has reached great success. With one slash, it can split the oncoming wave in half. And his clothes are not wet at all. Luo Kudi's eyebrows jumped. Using the wave-splitting slash to deal with boss soft power of water is just like one thing conquering another. Not necessarily. GMO snorted. "Watch, don't talk nonsense. You are as knowledgeable as a clown." Luo Kudi was furious. He was about to go up and punch. Suddenly he exclaimed, "How can this be?" He saw Chu Yang retreat continuously, but his sword continued to stab. Every stab brought about a different wave of energy, attacking Gu Duxing. After 17 consecutive stabs, Chu Yang suddenly stopped retreating and went up to meet it. The sword in his hand seemed to have turned into a soft willow branch at this moment. It danced and went up to meet it. Gu Duxing's sword momentum, which could unleash monstrous waves, was actually useless in the face of this extremely gentle attack. He was easily enveloped by the gentle power. Gu Duxing was shocked. Chu Yang's soft power of water, under his wave-splitting slash, actually achieved a new breakthrough. He had truly mastered the characteristics of water. During this period of time, Chuyang had been tortured thousands of times. Finally, today he achieved the most perfect result. A satisfied smile appeared on Chuyang's face. He was about to raise his sword to attack when he suddenly had a thought. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of exclamation. You have finally understood the power of water. The power of nature is beginning to show signs. From today onwards, you can use the space of calamity. Space of calamity. Chuyang was shocked. Yes, the sword spirit sighed and said, You are the first to open the space of calamity in half a year. Chuyang only felt a shock in his heart. In his dantian, an inexplicable and mysterious feeling suddenly rose. When he closed his eyes, he saw a mysterious space. It opened up to him. At this moment, the sword tip of the calamity sword in his dantian suddenly shook violently. Under his feet, there was also an urgent calling. Chapter 220. Gu Duxing's sword actually felt Chuyang's force field relax in this sticky feeling. He followed the flow of energy and attacked. The tip of the sword stopped in front of Chuyang. Chuyang's hair fluttered violently for a while. Gu Duxing was a little depressed. Who would suddenly meditate in the middle of an intense battle? If it wasn't for my control, wouldn't this sword be in trouble? But Chuyang suddenly meditating was a fact. Gu Duxing had no choice but to change his role at once from a fighter to a protector. On a distant treetop, a man in green was so angry that his veins were almost popping out. Bastard! How could he suddenly meditate in the middle of a battle with a sword master? He's taking his life as a joke. The man in green was almost about to go down and kick this unruly guy's, but how generous! Even though he was already far beyond their level. In that situation just now, if Gu Duxing didn't stop in time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to save him. Thinking of this, the man in green was sweating all over. Before your identity is clear, you can't die. Chuyang only felt that his mind was spinning. Suddenly, his entire spiritual power was sucked away. He suddenly felt a strange feeling of heaviness in his head. He closed his eyes and found that he seemed to be standing in a strange space. In this short period of time, the mental energy he had used up had already overdrawn him. Since his rebirth, he had never felt so weak. Chuyang forced himself to shake his head. He opened his eyes and returned to reality. He said weakly, I need to rest. Duxing, help me in. Gu Duxing was shocked. From the beginning of the battle to Chuyang suddenly meditating, it was only a short period of time. But at this moment, even Gu Duxing could feel Chuyang's weakness. It was as if all of his energy had been sucked out of him all of a sudden. Gu Duxing couldn't help but guess. What was Chuyang's realization at this moment? To be able to use up so much mental energy in such a short period of time. Hearing Chuyang's words, Gu Duxing did not dare to be negligent. He immediately carried Chuyang on his back and rushed into Chuyang's room at top speed. He placed Chuyang on the bed, then immediately poured a cup of water and brought it over. After thinking for a while, he took out a few healing pills from the clan and crushed them, melting them in the water. Chuyang gulped down the water in 2 mouthfuls. He felt refreshed. He said in a hoarse voice, I'm going to meditate for a while. Don't let anyone come in. After he said the last word, he immediately sank into deep meditation. Gu Duxing had wanted to persuade him, but seeing the situation, he had no choice but to leave quietly. How is boss? GMO and the others immediately surrounded him, their faces full of concern. Big Brother may have a great realization. Gu Duxing's eyes showed that he was deep in thought as he said, No one is allowed to go in and disturb him. As he spoke, he frowned and muttered to himself, What kind of comprehension could be so powerful? Could it be the way of martial arts? GMO, and the others looked at each other in amazement. The way of martial arts? Could it be the highest level of martial arts, second only to the way of heaven? Could it be that Chu Yang had comprehended this level because of the battle with Gu Duxing? The eyes of the three lit up like searchlights at the same time. GMO was the first to jump up excitedly. Second brother, I want to fight with you. Fifth brother, the two of you help protect big brother. Luo Kudi and Miao Butong rolled their eyes. What second brother? Gu Duxing was completely displeased. You should call him second brother. You are second brother, GMO said proudly, as if he had taken advantage of the situation. The pleasure of taking advantage of the sharpness of the tongue. Gu Duxing was furious and said coldly, If you call me that again, I'll beat you until you become second brother, the soft kind. GMO couldn't ask for more. He laughed and teased, A wood dog ant. Second brother, if you have the guts, come. Gu Duxing roared angrily and rushed to the ground. The two of them rolled and rolled into a ball. Thus, this young master GMO, who also wanted to comprehend something, started to scream miserably. Chu Yang regulated his breathing for a while before he felt that his spiritual energy had recovered a little. Thinking about that feeling just now, he actually had some lingering fear. That feeling was as if his entire body was weightless and rolling in the boundless universe. It was a terrifying feeling that he couldn't control himself at all. After calming himself down, he calmed his mind and immersed himself in that wonderful state again. As expected, when he opened his mind, a weightless feeling immediately attacked him. But this time, Chu Yang was prepared. When this feeling came, he closed his eyes and relaxed his consciousness. The next moment, he felt as if his feet were on solid ground. Then he opened his eyes. What appeared in front of him was a huge space, or rather, it should be said that it was an empty hall. Those things that he had asked the sword spirit to collect were all piled up in a corner of the hall. This hall was more than 100 feet tall and had a radius of nearly 100 feet. It was surrounded by a hazy pink fog, and the top was also covered by pink fog. It was so hazy that one couldn't see far. In front of him, there was something that looked like a large stone tablet. It was emitting purple light, and there seemed to be words engraved on it. When he stepped forward to take a look, Chu Yang could not help but be completely petrified. His mouth opened wide as he muttered to himself. Amethyst, the large stone monolith in front of him, was the purple crystal. The priceless treasure of the Chong Tian continent. Moreover, looking at its luster, it was not inferior to his own purple crystal jade pendant. An ordinary purple crystal the size of a fist was enough to allow a martial honor to advance by 1 rank, and the piece in front of him looked like it weighed more than 10,000 pounds. And the characteristic of the purple crystal was that after absorbing the energy inside, it would turn into a pure purple crystal jade. And these amethyst jades were the symbol of nobility. Chu only knew that it was impossible for such purple crystals to appear in the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens. Even in the upper 3 heavens, it was a treasure that all the major forces would fight over. If the piece in front of him was taken out, it would not be strange at all that it would cause a world war in the upper 3 heavens. Shaking his head, he bit his tongue hard. A piercing pain attacked him, and Chu Yang realized that he was not dreaming. He opened his eyes wide and stepped forward to take a look. On the huge purple crystal, there were a few lines of words that were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. They were about to break through the surface of the monolith and fly out. Chu Yang looked, and his eyes seemed to be attracted by these few lines of words. Tribulation Chong Tian, it's lonely at the top. The palm turns the cycle of reincarnation. The palm holds the world. A glance of wind and thunder, a rage of the cold sea. 1 hand breaks the firmament, 1 sword dances the sky. Good spirit, Chu Yang murmured. After the initial discomfort, he had gradually adapted to this place. He faintly understood that this should be the space of the tribulation sword in his mind, and what he was here now was not his physical body. It should also be a divine fate at this moment. The dense fog stirred, and a blurry figure appeared. It slowly became clear and formed into a tall and slender figure. It walked out of the thick fog at the edge. After more than 10,000 years, I'm finally here again. This person looked at the surrounding scenery and said with a sigh. His voice was filled with sorrow. You are the sword spirit? When this figure opened his mouth, Chu Yang recognized him from his unique accent. I am the sword spirit? This figure was at a loss, and he actually asked a question in return. He stretched out a hand and touched the purple crystal monolith. His face was full of disappointment, and he said, Sword Spirit, such a noble name. How can I bear it? You are not the Sword Spirit? When two become one, it is the Sword Spirit. This illusory figure's eyes suddenly emitted a divine light of desire. I am alone, only the Sword Spirit. Only when a sword has a soul, it has a spirit. Only when a sword has a spirit, it has a spirit. Oh. Chu Yang nodded as if he understood. He vaguely remembered that this conversation seemed to have been answered before. But in this space, he couldn't help but ask again, How do I use this space? Chu Yang asked. It is in your mind. You can use it however you want, the figure said lightly. The tribulation space can accommodate all things. You can do whatever you want. But before you get the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword, the tribulation space cannot accommodate living things. I see. Chu Yang nodded silently. Now, you can go and get the 2nd fragment of the tribulation sword. The figure stood quietly and sighed. There is someone outside watching you. His martial power is not bad. It is the little guy who gave you the purple crystal that day. He didn't have any evil intentions. I won't help you. I haven't been here for more than 10,000 years. I want to stay here quietly for a while. Chu Yang's heart shook and he said, Okay. With a thought, he had already retreated from that strange space. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth, and there was a sticky smell of blood. He touched it with his hand, and his hand was full of blood. After a while, he understood. When he bit his tongue, he only felt pain inside. It turned out that he had bitten his tongue open. The sword spirit's words caused a great disturbance in Chu Yang's heart. The person who gave you the purple crystal, he didn't have any evil intentions towards you. If he doesn't have any ill intentions, then that's it. Is he really related to my background? This thought arose in Chu Yang's heart. His heart suddenly felt very frightened. He had been abandoned for more than 10 years. If he counted his previous life, he had been abandoned for more than 10 years. The mystery of his background had always been a knot in Chu Yang's heart. But now that there was a glimmer of hope, even Chu Yang's tenacious heart became worried. For a moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. It was a subtle feeling similar to homesickness. He longed to know the truth. He longed to die, but he was also afraid of knowing the truth. He was also scared to death. Before he knew the truth, there was still hope in his heart. But if the truth was indeed the cruelest kind, then there would be no room for him to turn around. Chu Yang was stunned for a long time. Then he sighed softly and pressed a button in the room. A secret passage appeared. Chu Yang stepped in, and the entrance of the secret passage slowly closed. Chapter 221. Just as Chu Yang's figure disappeared, the space in the room seemed to distort. Then, the figure of the man in green mysteriously appeared in the room. Secret room. The man in green's eyes flashed with pride. He touched his chin and murmured, Looks like this guy's things are in the secret room. Hee, next time when they go out, I'll go in and take a look. If I can find the jade essence, I'll be rich. Just the reward from the old man is enough for me to bear the consequences. But the most important thing now is to find a place to drink wine and celebrate. How sinister! Such a small thing actually hid things in such a secretive manner. But he still can't hide from me. He smiled proudly for a while and suddenly disappeared. Obviously, the man in green who thought he found a big clue couldn't wait to celebrate. As for breaking in now, that wouldn't do. If he triggered the mechanism inside and alerted him, wouldn't he be disappointed again? This little guy's alertness is not ordinary. It's best to wait until he's gone. Chuyang had already walked into the secret passage. It looked like he was walking very fast, but his hands were behind his back, quietly laying down spider webs one after another behind him. They were so dense that there were hundreds of them crisscrossing behind him. Each one was as thick as a spider's web. In the darkness, it was impossible to distinguish them, but as long as they were touched, Chuyang would be able to detect them immediately. This was the great technique of the Calamity Sword to avoid tracking. Now that the sword spirit was resting, he relied on this to guard against the man in green. Even if he didn't have any evil intentions, the less people knew that he was the master of the Calamity Sword, the better. This was the root of the disaster. But Chuyang's action was superfluous. The man in green didn't follow me in. Entering the lowest level of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Chuyang was already 100 feet underground. He could already feel a slight chill. This had nothing to do with the weather. It was the deep cold underground. It took a lot of effort to build this place. It was surrounded by lake water on all sides. He had to ensure that the water couldn't seep in, and the second fragment of the Calamity Sword was here. Chuyang calmed himself down and operated the God Tribulation overlapping Heaven Divine technique with all his might. The sword tip of the Tribulation sword in his dantian let out a joyful cry and automatically rushed out of his dantian and into his right finger. On his finger, a faint cold light flashed, emitting a cold light that was at least 10 feet long. The next moment, Chuyang lowered his hand, and the cold light of the Tribulation sword slashed down almost impatiently. After several swords, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary on the ground, but had already been divided into several large pieces. Beneath the ground, a joyous mood could be felt. It was as if a child who had been away from home for a long time suddenly saw his mother. Chuyang's heart was suddenly filled with joy. He put away the sword point and concentrated his martial power into both of his hands. Then he inserted them into the ground and suddenly lifted them up. A large piece of rock that was close to a kilogram in weight was lifted up by him. Then came the next one. After a series of blocks, the previous stone chamber was almost filled up, but a huge hole appeared on the ground. There was no waste at all. After these stones were moved away, a small, strange spring water appeared on the ground. The water was milky white and it gurgled out. The strange thing about this spring water was that although it was gurgling out, it didn't overflow at all. After it came out, it kept spinning in place, but it didn't even soak the fist-sized spring water. Chuyang's eyes lit up. This scene was the same as in his previous life. Moreover, this spring water had an inexplicable effect of strengthening one's body. Back then, when he drank until he was full, he only felt that he was full of vitality. Moreover, it was very difficult for him to feel tired mentally. From then on, even if his body was injured, it wouldn't leave any scars, and he could recover in a few days. Chuyang guessed that it should be related to this spring water. It was a pity that he only drank that one time. When he took out the second part, the spring water suddenly disappeared. This matter made Chuyang feel extremely regretful. Moreover, in his previous life, the Tribulation Sword was just a weapon in his hand. It wasn't like in this life, where it became invisible. Chuyang looked at this spring water, and his heart was in a mess. This was a good thing. It would be a pity if he couldn't keep it. Quickly, he had no choice but to call out the sword spirit again. Ah, is there any way to preserve this spring water? The sword spirit snorted disdainfully and said, "It's just some vitality spring water. How can this be considered a good thing? It's just nourishing the sword edge. It's far inferior to the 7th part of the crystal spirit spring. Are you interested in this?" Although this thing isn't good, but isn't it useful now? When Chu Yang said, although it's not good, he was quite conflicted and unwilling. In his view, this was a top-grade good thing. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang with a look that said, "You're just a bumpkin who hasn't seen the world." The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, "Just move this spring water into the tribulation space. Do you still need me to teach you?" How do I move it?" Chu Yang sweated profusely. "Put the sword tip above the spring water, and use your mind to communicate with the space, and then take it." Sigh, to think that back then I accompanied Calamity's sword and dominated the world. But now, the sword spirit felt that it was an insult to be with such a retard. He couldn't help but sigh, as if he was casting pearls before swine. Minister Chu swallowed his anger and agreed. He took out the sword tip again, and his mind sank into the tribulation space. He shouted, "Take it!" "Do you have to shout?" The sword spirit was exasperated at Chu Yang's failure to live up to his expectations. He chattered disdainfully, "I've never seen someone as stupid as you. You're home. There's nothing for you to do. Go back and continue to think about old times." Chu Yang saw that the spring had successfully disappeared in front of him. Then a spring water appeared in the tribulation space in his mind. It was bubbling with gurgling sounds. Minister Chu was overjoyed, but anger rose in his heart. Then he swiftly pulled out the bridge after crossing it. "You!" The sword spirit pointed angrily at Chu Yang. After a long while, he disappeared resentfully. This time, Minister Chu was very angry. "Little guy, you want to fight with me? Although you're a little old, you're still too young." Minister Chu was very happy. He couldn't help but feel a little smug. The spirit spring is in my hands, and the second part is in the spirit spring. Hee, this is called great. His mind sank into the tribulation space. He approached the spring water and laughed foolishly for a while. Then he carefully inserted the sword tip of the tribulation sword into it. Faintly, there was a tinkling sound. Chu Yang's heart suddenly rose. It was the feeling of a couple who are passionately in love, suddenly reuniting in the ruins of war. Cough, cough. It seems that the sword tip and the second part of the tribulation sword are embracing each other happily. Chu Yang's heart shuddered. A layer of goosebumps appeared all over his body. He couldn't help but reach out and scratch. Then a cool feeling came from his arm. It seemed that something had entered his dantian along his meridians. Chu Yang's consciousness returned to reality in an instant. His mind sank into his dantian. Looking inside, he saw a shining sword tip approaching the sword tip. In the next moment, the back of the sword tip emitted a pink light. The front of the sword tip emitted a milky white light. They suddenly mixed together. Chu Yang only felt a loud bang in his mind. His entire soul seemed to have completely collapsed at this moment, scattering into the boundless night sky. A mysterious feeling rose in his heart. He was deep underground, but he could clearly feel his thoughts rising up. In front of his eyes, a sharp sword tip emitted a light that swallowed heaven and earth, rushing straight into the sky. In the next moment, the sword tip emitted a blazing light, covering the light of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. In the Chong Tian continent, whether it was the lower three heavens, the upper three heavens, or the lower three heavens, at the same time, suddenly fell into a vast expanse of white. Chu Yang suddenly remembered something that Meng Chao Ran had said when he was evaluating the sword. The sword tip, next to the sword tip, is the front half of the sword body. The sharp edge is the sword tip. This part has the greatest power and the strongest killing power. Double-sided blade, double-sided groove, double-sided kill. It's suitable for slashing, waving, slashing, sweeping. Chu Yang seemed to have understood something. It seemed that this sword tip was a killing weapon. At this moment, the sword tip and sword tip in his dantian had perfectly merged. They couldn't be distinguished from each other. A bright light was emitted from the sword tip in his dantian, shooting into Chu Yang's sea of consciousness. A section of sword technique suddenly appeared, just like that. A sword tip that has been famous since ancient times, whistling winds and clouds from the west to the east. The sun and moon are the generals of thunder, splitting mountains and breaking peaks freely. The sword tip flashed. Chu Yang could clearly see that on one side of the sword ridge, there was a small sun symbol, and on the other side, there was a crescent moon symbol. The sun and moon are the generals of thunder. What does it mean? Chu Yang frowned and pondered carefully. In the space of consciousness, the sword spirit shouted coldly, "Watch." Suddenly his figure rose up, and an illusory long sword appeared in his hand. In Chu Yang's space of consciousness, the sword momentum slowly unfolded. The sword momentum of the sword tip was different from that of the sword tip. The sword momentum of the sword tip was filled with a threatening, murderous aura even before it was released. It was a kind of arrogance and momentum that ignored everything, including heaven and earth. No matter what was in front of the sword tip, it would be cut down one by one. The second section is the sword tip. The sword tip is the most powerful, but it is also the easiest to make people suspicious. So, before your wings are fully grown, use it with caution. The sword spirit reminded him with a cold face. Chu Yang didn't have the time to listen to what the sword spirit was saying. He was completely immersed in this mysterious sword momentum and his own cultivation, unknowingly soared by leaps and bounds. If Chu Yang was paying attention now, he would realize that the sword tip in his dantian was constantly emitting a gentle power, slowly transforming his meridians and increasing his cultivation. 7th grade martial master. Breakthrough. Early 8th grade. 8th grade. Peak 8th grade. Continued with an unstoppable breakthrough. Grade. Peak of grade. The sword tip was still shining, still persistently pushing forward. It was like a cold-faced and emotionless swordsman, killing the enemy in front of him without any expression. Under the power of the sword tip, each and every one of the cultivation barriers were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, disintegrating in an instant. Sword great master. Chapter 222. The power of the sword edge was still coming out firmly. It was full of a domineering aura. It seemed that if no one stopped it, it would directly push Chu Yang to become a supreme martial artist. Enough! The sword spirit finally stopped it. Even if the sword spirit was worried that Chu Yang's realm was unstable, in the face of the sword edge's tyrannical aura, he could only let it vent for a while. He didn't dare to stop it forcefully. The domineering edge of the sword had always been a character that could do whatever he wanted in the land of the Calamity Sword. The sword edge didn't move and continued to push forward indifferently. Finally, when the sword spirit was about to explode, the sword edge stopped. Chu Yang's realm remained at the peak of 2nd grade, sword great master. In the face of such a situation, the sword spirit could only sigh. He couldn't stop it at all except for remedial actions. The sword edge was originally a sharp weapon. It was an intruder. It would be bad if it stopped its sharpness. Chu Yang finally woke up from the mysterious sword intent. He let out a long breath. The sword edge's 4 words were the sword technique of becoming one with the sword. He was already sure of this, using the aura to drive the sword momentum. Using the sword momentum to drive the sword style, using the sword style to stimulate the aura of the body, and so on until the sword edge reached the body. Once the sword was out, it was violent and domineering. It was in the world only I am supreme. That was the meaning of this sword. Chu Yang frowned and pondered with rapt attention. The sword technique demonstrated by the sword spirit not only contains arrogance, bloodthirstiness and murderousness, but also endless desolation. That's the loneliness accumulated from being invincible throughout the ages. Chu Yang felt that he wouldn't be able to reach this realm in a short time. He slowly calmed his breathing and opened his eyes. He was about to restore the ground, but when he lifted a stone with both hands, Chu Yang exclaimed in surprise. He was so surprised that he almost dropped the stone and hit his foot. When did I become so strong? I didn't feel the weight of the stone at all when I lifted it. He inadvertently looked into his dantian and was suddenly shocked. If the capacity of his dantian was only a mouthful before he came in, then it had undoubtedly become a big lake now. The mist was vast and boundless. He tried to raise his chi and rushed towards the barrier of the 8th grade martial master. However, his path was vast and mighty, completely unobstructed. Chu Yang's eyes involuntarily widened. He continued to control his yuan chi and tried to break through to the martial master level. Once again, he did not encounter any obstacles. Hardening his heart, he charged towards 1st grade martial great master. At last, I'm Rome Ko. Chu Yang finally jumped up when his breakthrough to 3rd grade martial great master was finally stopped. As he jumped, he forgot that he was still holding on to a large rock. He was actually hugging a 500-kilogram stone and jumped more than 10 feet before falling back down with a plop in a daze, as if he was in a dream. He moved the rocks back to their original positions. For the last one, he simply twisted his waist. Unknowingly, with an extremely coquettish posture, he used his buttocks to push the 1,000-pound rock into the air with a pew sound, and it fell into the final hole seamlessly. Fuck! All I did was blink my eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Martial Great Master, and I'm at the peak of 2nd grade Martial Great Master? Chu Yang scratched his head and fiercely pinched his arm. A burst of intense pain woke Minister Chu up as if he had just woken up from a dream. It's true. I've really broken through, and it's as if I'm flying. Chu Yang's entire body floated out. When he came out to take a look, he was shocked. Gu Duxing's face was heavy as he looked up at the sky. Luo Kudi and Miao Butong also had extremely heavy expressions. It was as if there was something that made these people so conflicted that their heads hurt. As for GMO was sprawled on the ground. His clothes were tattered, his nose was bruised, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He was also trying his best to open his swollen eyes and look at the sky in shock. Chu Yang was stunned. What's going on? Following their gazes, he could not help but look up at the sky as well. However, all he saw was a clear sky with white clouds and a cold wind blowing. There was nothing unusual. What's wrong with you guys? Chu Yang asked curiously. Something that could make these four reveal such an expression at the same time was definitely a big matter. Chu Yang firmly believed this. But he really could not see where the big matter was. This made him depressed. Something big has happened. Gu Duxing was still looking at the sky. It was as if there was something he wanted to pursue in the eternal sky. He was so persistent in looking. Something big. Looking at Luo Kadi and the others nodding continuously, and GMO, who was lying on the ground, also nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Chu Yang was confused. Calamity Sword Master has already found the 2nd fragment of the Calamity Sword. Gu Duxing said deeply. In other words, the 2nd fragment of the Calamity Sword has returned. Calamity Sword Master. Calamity Sword? Huh. Chu Yang was so shocked that he almost bit his own tongue. He was dumbfounded. In an instant, he only felt a gush of blood rushing to his head. That's right. The 4 of them nodded together. For pairs of solemn eyes looked at Chu Yang together. From Chu Yang's perspective, they seemed to be deep in thought. Except for GMO, who was beaten up by Gu Duxing to the point that he could not open his eyes and could only squint his eyes. The other 3 all had big eyes like a bull's eyes. How did you guys know? Chu Yang stuttered. You're so stupid. Gu Duxing glared at him and said, every time Calamity Sword Master finds a fragment of the Calamity Sword, The sky of Fort Continent will change color. This is a phenomenon in the sky. Phenomenon in the sky? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and almost fainted. Motherfucker, he almost blurted out. We're all brothers. You guys have to keep this a secret for me. This is not fun. Luckily, he didn't say it out loud. You don't even know this? Gu Duxing looked at him with disdain. You're from Fort Continent. You don't even know Calamity Swordmaster? Is he very famous? Minister Chu asked with a smile in his eyes. His attitude was very smug. He was just waiting to be flattered. He's more than famous. Sure enough, the four of them shouted together. Each of them looked at Chu Yang with your hopeless look. Calamity, Sword Master! Calamity, Sword Master. He's the idol of the entire Fort Continent. Oh my God, you don't know? Idol? Minister Chu rubbed his belly without leaving a trace. Then he stuck out his tongue and brushed it across his upper lip. He said in surprise, so powerful? Is he also your idol? Of course. The four of them shouted in unison. Their answers made Minister Chu feel like he was drinking wine. He asked dizzily, Is this person very powerful? More than powerful, GMO said with a bitter face. It's because of this bastard that I was kicked out of upper three heavens for training. This bastard. If I see him, I'll definitely beat him up. I'm just afraid that I won't. Chu Yang's brows twitched. Yes, this Calamity Swordmaster is a guy who wants to see the world in chaos. As long as he appears, the world will not be peaceful. Luo Kadi said angrily, This bastard is a shit-stirrer. Minister Chu's face darkened. However, Calamity Sword is a divine object that sword practitioners like us dream of. Gu Duxing's words were more sincere. But before Chu Yang's mood improved a little, he added, It's a pity that it fell into the hands of a lucky bastard. It's simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. If it fell into my hands, Rue Batong nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. This kind of lucky bastard is the most infuriating. If he's lucky, then so be it. But he has to come out and show off. If he wants to show off, then so be it. But he has to cause chaos in the world. Motherfucker, who has it easy in this world? Everyone has to work hard. But this bastard with a sword can kill 5 people. King of Helchu's shoulders slumped. He said listlessly, I really want to chop someone. We want it too. The 4 of them said in unison, We're especially interested in that Calamity Sword Master. Minister Chu rolled his eyes and said, as if he had just discovered the new Fort Continent, Wow! GMO! Oh, my poor third brother, what happened to you? Look at you. You look like you were raped by a pack of bears. Well, it was a great way to change the topic. Sob, I wasn't raped by a bear, but I'm close. This shout was extremely depressing. Even Jimo's eyes, which were swollen into a line, miraculously widened. What's wrong? Chu Yang was startled. At this moment, the other 3 also noticed Chu Chen's abnormality. Gu Duxing took 3 steps back in disbelief. Luo Kadi fell on his butt and sat on the ground. He was dumbfounded. Miao Budong's body swayed a few times. He was flabbergasted. What's wrong? Chu Yang frowned. He wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. He was scolded by these guys just now, but he could only endure it. You broke through again. GMO groaned. GMO groaned and twisted his buttocks. He screamed in pain and jumped up. He had been lying down and was now standing upright. He hissed in cold air and gnashed his teeth. There's no justice in this world. There's no justice in this world. Chu Chin finally understood. He raised his head proudly and said modestly and cautiously, I accidentally broke through a few levels. It's nothing. I just went from a 7th grade martial master to a 2nd grade martial great master. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. He squinted his eyes and said with a smile, facing you guys from the super clans of the upper three heavens. This kind of speed is even more embarrassing. There's no justice in this world. GMO and Luo Kadi cried out in grief and indignation. It's already very unreasonable to break through so quickly. After breaking through, you still want to use this to provoke us. That's even more unreasonable. Chuyang laughed loudly. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.